Order, and I want to welcome everybody here today, especially our first submitters, but I will hand it over to Petty to open our meeting for us.
Ka uritara ki tōna kōmata ka pari te tai ki tōna pūkenga ko te pūwai ka pua waihe he kākara tai āwhi o kōhaina ki te ao. A tēnei au e mihi ki tēnei rangi a tāhua, he o mai rā ki a tatai. Nā te atu I homai, nā te atu anō I tango. Nō reira, koutou rā e noho nei hei kora waihia I tēnei te huinga tangata I te rangi nei. A tēnei te mihi ki o koutou aramai rā, aramai rā. Aramai ke runga te kaupapa herea nei rā I a tātou me ki rā kia whai hei tūranga. Mō tēnei te whakai te aha rānei, mō tēnei ngā kai kaungehera o tēnei. Tēnei te mihi ki o koutou katoa. A tēnei tā tātou nei tuku whakamoimiti kairunga, kai te tai ao, kai te atu, ke manaki mai ngā kōrero e whiu atu, e whiu mai, kia tātou I te rangi nei. I'll set the pace and tātou set the volume. Whakataka te hau ki te uru, whakataka te hau ki te tonga, kia mā kina ki uta, kia mā tara ki tai. E hi ake ana te atakura, he tio, he huka, he hauhu, tihei, Māori ora. Tēnā tātou, kia ora chair.
Thank you very much, Petty. So Elena, I'd like to welcome you. A very big welcome from everyone, Elena. Is Thompson and your daughter going to join you up the front? Here he comes. So Elena, you were here yesterday, of course, but I have to every submitter. We have a lot of submitters, and every submitter gets 10 minutes, and you own those 10 minutes. So you can make it short and keep for speeches, or you can take the whole 10 minutes. Welcome.
Rangaroa e rua mano tūtara kauika tūehe ngā uri ngaru whakapiki ngaru whakapuke rua tai tara roa ngā rangi tata te kahui ki waho Pānia e more mahaki o tonga hine kawau hine tua pare tara roa tū pauri au ruma kina ke aro tūrau wha rā kai te kura hine iau hika te koe Hika teko, ka moe ia huakirangi. Haputa ko Ruru Aro. Ruru Aro, handsome chap, had 2 wives, lucky man. Tana wahine tuatahi, ko hine kino. Ka puta a taui, nuku tuatahi, taunga wai. Ka moe ia toko paunamu. Ka puta ko tahana pura. Ngāti mahu o ahuriri e mihi ake. Ruru Aro, second wife. Whakapakaru, ka puta, wheao, hine roe. Whakarepo, ka moe ia te umu taramea. Ka puta ko roka marire. Ngāti hine pare o ahuriri, ka mihi ake. Ka moe a tahana pura. Ia roka marire, ka puta a hareti te kuru, who gifted lands for manahau out at Wharerangi. Ngai tā whao o ahuriri, ka mihi ake. Ka moe a hareti te kuru, ia paraone kuare of Petane Marae. Ngāti mate pū o ahuriri, tēnei e mihi ake. Ka puta ko Marata Paku. Mō te o marae, she gifted the whenua. Ka moe ia krauria whakatau. Ka puta ko tōku karaua, a Rewi Karauria, who was born at Waiohiki, tēnei a Ngāti Pārau, e mihi ake. Ka moe a rewi krauria, ia mate haere, Westrip, rongo whakāta, tēnei, ka mihi ake. Kātahi, ka puta mai ko tōku kuia, piki te marama karauria. And that, my fellow descendants of the European, is the last Māori name of my whakapapa. My ancestral heritage stops at my grandmother, Piki te marama karauria. My grandmother married John Thomas Campbell, of the Scottish, by the way. So my European ancestry, I greet you. Very well versed in my European heritage. My ancestral lineage back to Scotland, where my tupuna kuia, Piki te marama karauria, married John Thomas Campbell. He was whāngai by his beautiful grand aunt, Kaita Raua ko Hemi, Pūriri, Noroto o Korongota, ko tērā taku hononga ki here taunga. Nei rā, a here taunga hauku nui ararau te haro te kāhu. Nei rā, te mana whenua o ahuriri e mihi ake. My mother does not carry a tupuna name. Her name is Māori. Maureen Keita Pūriri. She married my father, handsome man, who no longer resides with us here today, but I am his voice beyond the veil. My dad's name is Paul Bernard Box. Does he look like a Paul Bernard Box? Kao. His birth name was Te Ngore Pauaka. A tupuna name after the tohunga rangi motu here, Te Ngore Katene, from the Wanganui River. He tohunga rangatira o te awa Wanganui. Nō reira, ka tika rā whakataka te hau, no te hau āuru tērā karakia.
Tika.
Ka mihi ake ki tōku tupuna karaua, te tohunga, rangi motu hia, Te Ngore Pauaka. The birth name of my father. He was brought up on the Wanganui River by Catholic nuns, Hiruharama marae, who could not pronounce his Māori name, a tupuna name. So the nuns gave my father, his brother, and his cousins names after saints. Saint Paul, Saint John, Saint Timothy, Saint Anthony. The box came because they couldn't pronounce Pauaka. Poaka, which is a pig. Poka, Pauaka. So to make things easier for these nuns, they named my father Paul Box. My father did not know he had a tupuna name until he married my mother. He was 21 years old. He went to the Wanganui District Council and asked for a birth certificate under Paul Bernard Box, born 4th of January 1948. It did not exist. He went home and asked his mother. She says, "No, son, That is not your birth name. You were born Te Ngore, Pauaka. Sure enough, he had a birth certificate under Te Ngore, Pauaka. And on that little certificate said full-blooded Māori. He met my mother, came to Kahungunu. He married her, Maureen Pereri, of which she grew up as pronouncing Maureen Puriri, married my father, Maureen Box. And on the 29th of June, 1982, Elena Catherine Bernice Box was born. Not one ingoa rangatira in my name. I was fortunate at the age of 15 to meet this handsome fella next to me, because I wanted a Māori name. And so 20 plus years we've been together. I married him after 10 years so that I could have a Māori name. Elena Catherine Bernice Hokianga, tēnei e mihi ake kia koutou. So I'm well equipped with my European ancestry. I'm well informed of my genealogical history. So to you all, greetings. Kia koutou. Anō nei, aku tātai whakapapa. Ki te hauauru, ki te tonga, ki te rāwhiti, ki te nōta. Mōhio hoki a hau, ko wai tēnei, nō wai tēnei, mō wai tēnei. Māori wards still comes under the colonial construct of the Western Academy. I'm very well aware of that. I sit here today in support of my submission of the Māori wards. However, it saddens me that I sit in the same place where I walked out just over a week and a half ago, when our Napier Mayor voted against mana whenua o Ahuriri, as well as her CEO, because of public consultation. Māori have been consulting for more than 181 years. How long more do we have to wait to have an independent voice for Māori? Taku whanaunga, wai o hiki Ngāti Pārau. We shouldn't even need to be here today. You voted against mana whenua o Ahuriri. There were 4 for it. There are 4 against it. And my whanaunga, you had the casting vote. Nō reira ka aroha atu ki a koe. I'm here, nā runga i te tono o ku tupuna. I am guided only by my tupuna. Dictated only by our atua. Because us here today, we do not dictate when the sun rises. We do not dictate when the seas of Tangaroa open and close. We do not dictate when the sun sets. We are all accountable to our atua Māori. We all breathe the same air. We all drink the same water, of which is contaminated by decisions out of Māori hands to chlorinate our water. Mai rangi nui, ka heke kia te ihorangi. The purest water that we all have a right to drink. I look beyond the physical facade of everyone sitting at this table. We all bleed the same colour. Mai tamariki, mai mokopuna have every right to drink the purest of waters. We named our son Te Haukunui, the great aquifers of the Heretaunga. I had influence over my mokopuna's name, Henepare. And I want her to look me in the eye and ask me, Nene, what did you do for our people? And I want to say to her, I had influence over the powers at be to make the right decision. Nā runga I te tika. Truth. Be true to yourselves. Nā runga I te pono. The hope for a better tomorrow. Nā runga I te aroha ki te tangata. And unconditional love for people. Because then good will prevail, no matter what. Unfortunately, there are some amongst you who sit on the fence. I'm here to tell you, tēnei au, descended from my Scottish ancestry, from my tupuna back to Tangaroa. I understand both, and I'm not here to takahi on the colonial constructs, because I like my car, I like my phone, and I like the clothes that I wear. But it's about honouring and valuing equally. Ngā kōrero tuku iho. Ngā kōrero o ngā tupuna, as we call tupuna wisdom, to go hand in hand. Pokohiwi ki te pokohiwi. Akanohi nei. For too long, Māori have been dictated by Pākehā or colonial constructs, processes. Now's the time to look at Māori tikanga and kawa. Ko te kawa o te tangata, we are born and we die. What happens in between is tikanga tangata. So you now have the choice. E aku nui, e aku rahi. Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa.
Hakanuku nuku! Hakanuku nuku! Ka huaki nā kawitini! Taku manoha! Mōra ngā uri a pērangi ki te kita pū! Pūwai tonga!
Nei rā Ngāti Hinepare Ngāti Mahunga I tā whau e mihi ake nei e. Mana huriri, tūrau Hawaiki.
Tūrau. Thank you very much, Elena. You made us all cry.
Can I just introduce to you, and I'm so glad they came when they were meant to be on tupuna time. We have 5 generations represented here today. My mother. Did you bring my nanny? I did. My nanny is also here. This is my mokopuna, our mokopuna. Terry Ann, to honour her European ancestry. Henepare, Wairia, Pritchard, Okianga. These are my nannies who have also been with me today. So tēnā koutou, e aku rangatira tēnā tātou katoa.
Tā koutou.
Thank you very much.
And I think I went over my 10 minutes, but hey te
Just a wee bit. Thank you, guys. Brian Jury, not here, is he?
Want me to check out in the foyer?
Damon Kupu? No. This is Damon, is it? How do you spell that word? Damon?
Yes.
Damon Kupu, not here either?
Damon Korpu.
Korpu? Korpu? Sorry.
Back to what?
Back to work. He puts work computer.
Are either of you two submitting, or are you just... You're submitting? What was your name, sorry?
Ellen.
Cheryl, well, you're here at 9:30. Do you want to come on now? Are you ready?
I'm never ready, but here goes.
We're not as daunting as some of us look.
Kia ora i te tipu, ko Cheryl Ellen toku ingoa, ko maunga kohati i te maunga, ko ngai ngaru roro ipoko roro moko tuararo ki rangatira, te awa, ko rua tapu wahine te wharekai, ko kahukura nui te whare tipuna, ko māhu te marae.
No, koe.
No māhu a hau, i tipu aku ai ki o māhu. My mother gave birth to me in our kitchen. So I was born and bred in Omahu. I still reside in Omahu. My tipuna lay in Omahu. And here I am, early bird. I know you haven't given the ding-ding to start my time, but I was watching yesterday's first day hearings, and it was quite enlightening to watch it start from Hobson's pledge and hear my people's hearts being pulled out, and then some members standing up in front of one of my whānau, we're going to have lunch. And then I heard the word apartheid at the very end, and the word separatism. I found it an interesting day, and I wasn't even here. I watched it on line, trying to psych myself up for today. But as you can see, I come with no papers. My submission, I believe you all read. It came from the heart. I suffer a lot of illnesses, and I'm sorry, but I'm going to blame the spraying in our community. Our community, Omahu, thrived once upon a time. It was littered with vegetation. We used to get woken up, go to work. We used to jump the fence, go and pick asparagus, tomatoes, parsnips, anything that grew in the ground. Today, Mr. Tractor drives our jobs. Mr. Harvester does that now, but along come the sprays. A lot of my people today, I know I represent my family, like I said in my submission, but Omahu, we're all related. We all know what's going on in our backyards. We all have fruit trees in our backyards. And I'll tell you what, there is no fruit sweeter than those in our backyards, compared to those sprayed with toxic poisons. Every year, our fruit grows on our trees without one drop of spray. And then we've got the organic growers moving in slowly. Bostocks. How can you call that kai organic when you've got sprays happening across the road? And we live in the middle of it. I know I'm harping on about something else, but the point is, who is our Māori constituent? Who represents Omahu on this board? Who represents Omahu community when our voices need to be heard? I might be in front of the wrong council, but I know someone will pass the message on. We're not being heard. We haven't been for decades. For decades. Our people out Omahu are suffering respiratory problems, cancerous problems, you name it, we got it. And no doctor would stand up and say, those toxic sprays are part of it. Why? You can't answer that. I can't answer that, but I go to the doctor every week. Our community are prescribed Ventolin, Respigen, and they don't even have asthma. Our babies are exposed to sprays, whether it be by tractor or helicopter. Like this morning, I was hoping Rex would be here. Rick. I heard he's my new neighbour. He lives in Fernhill, I live in Omahu. But I'm pretty sure he got woken up by helicopters this morning, trying to break down the frost, I suppose, hanging all over the orchards. Got to stop. It's got to stop. Our voices have never been heard for quite some time. We've marched, we've talked, our doors have always been open to the horticulturalists, to the viticulturists. What's the other one? Agriculturalists. And now I hear robotic stems are happening. Going to get a robot to pick apples, pack them, whatever. To me, that means more water. I've never ever seen, I'm only 54, 55 at the end of this year. I've never ever seen my awa as low as she is now. At this time of the year too. And yet I go to Fernhill, see those bloody spray things happening. Water everywhere. Why? Why? And I referred to in my submission, members of my community have died. Not only in the water through drowning, we found 3 of my family members in the Wee Dredge, the Regional Council, Hawke's Bay Catchment Board at the time too. 3 of my whānau members were found in those holes where they were digging, dredging. Never saw one of them get hit the front page of the papers. It's got to stop. It's got to stop. It's not being managed well. The state of our awa reflects the state of our people. It does. Every toxic bit of spray that hits the ground, it hits the air, it reflects the state of our people. We're not going to stop. We're not going anywhere. We will fight. COVID was a good sign. It stopped everything except the sprayer. Why? Why? Is it because people know how to manipulate the RMA? This board included? How much time have I got, Rex? 3 minutes? I'm sorry, I just got out the car in here and you looked at me. And so I've come unversed, but I've come with honesty, hurt, and by Jove, so Mahu, we are huia. We are o Mahu huia. The huia is not extinct. We still live and breathe. But unfortunately, we've been marred, our wings are clipped. We can't move. Can't even walk to the river without being worried. You go to Omahu now, and I tell you now, not one house has their windows open. Not one house. We've never had that chance or opportunity because we know we open our windows, that flippin', sorry. The anger's coming out now. I'm sorry for swearing. I do generally apologise. I'm sorry. But I think you can hear my hurt. This hurt doesn't belong to me. It belongs to my kids. It belongs to my kids that are buried. It belongs to my moko. It belongs to the moko that aren't here, including yours. We are passionate people. We can work side by side if you give us the opportunity, and I mean on the table too. That's why I'm convinced that those constituents, that the Māori constituents, would help this board. It would help this board. And I had a bit of a jab at you too, Mr. CEO, in my submission, but assumptions. This is where we're at. Based on assumptions. I hit you hard in my submission because I may live in Omahu, but my family extend to Bridge Pa. They extend to flex me. I've been one of them to take water to them. Today, we're in Hawke's Bay is there, we have our water tank in an orchard. The water tank supplies water to the homes. Why? Why is it sitting in an orchard that sprays, toxic sprays every week of the day when it's frost, when it's going to rain? Why is it in there? It gives us false hope. And then we see the water testers fellas pulling up. We see other trucks that aren't Hawke's Bay Regional Councils all pulling up there, but no one is telling the community anything. We go and ask questions. Dang. Sorry.
That's all right.
I'm sorry.
Minute. You've got a minute.
Well, I'll leave that a minute to you, Fuzz. You got a question? Be nice.
Any questions, councillors? Yes, Jared.
I've got a question, and but I'll start with giving you the answer first, and it gives maybe the board here a bit of an idea of where you come from. So
I know where I come from.
I'm across the river from you.
Twyford.
Exactly, and the helicopter that woke you and me this morning was actually my next door neighbour protecting his beans so that Auckland people can have beans. But I'm going to give you the answer. I've never been to your marae. I've never tried to contact you or talk to you, although I'm actually, from a Hawke's Bay Regional Council, responsible. So my question is, have I reached out to you as a councillor, somebody who's responsible? And you need to give me your honest answer. And that gives a bit of an idea of where I feel your submission comes from. And I understand where you come from, because you haven't been given the honesty for me to actually come and see and talk to you what your issues are. And I ought to represent you. So so my question is, do you feel represented by me?
Carl. No.
Good. Okay, that's the answer I'm after, because that actually explains why you're here and why you actually feel that it is important that Maori wards are in place on this council.
Yes, and that's the very reason our voices haven't been heard. So are you our go-to person?
I'm your representative.
Well, you've just heard some of it.
Yep. No, that's good.
Are you willing to hear the rest?
I will. But I think there is a better way for you, and that's why we have this process. There will be a better way for you to have your hurts heard. That's what I'm trying to say to you.
I think we want them fixed, not heard, fixed.
Thank you, Cheryl. We're out of time now, but I have been actually worried about your issue for some time. Just like Jareth, just got busy in my own little circle. I'm in the Havelock area, and I equally worry about some of the chemicals that go on. And everyone around this table knows, and the council have fined one of our growers big fines for spraying people on the side of the road now. So this council is becoming very conscious about agrochemicals and all sorts of other things. So I give you my commitment. If I've got your email, I'll come out and visit you guys in the next month.
Cool, Rex. I'll keep you to that.
I'll definitely come.
Just another thing too, that help the airline. You know, you ring up those people about the ears.
The hotline, yeah.
Yeah, they come out with a book, and we're going, "Where's your measurer? Where's your?"
Yeah.
Fix them up, mate.
Thank you very much.
I'd see you wire.
Have we got Cheryl's number?
Yes.
We have.
Get it.
Are we in contact?
Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you. Is Florence here? Are you Florence? Yeah. I'm sorry to rush you, but some of our other people haven't turned up. So if you're available to come and speak now, we'd really appreciate that.
Am I up already?
Well, if you want to, take a big breath.
I don't mind.
Well, okay. Well, thank you very much.
Processes, but I just seen my cousin get off here, so I'm presenting this process.
So I'll tell you the process. So the process is we've got you a bit early because some of these people haven't appeared. So you have 10 minutes. Every submitter has 10 minutes, and you own those 10 minutes, and you can share them with councillors' questions, or you can take the whole lot yourself. It's up to you. And
Right.
And Patty will ding the bell when it's at 9 minutes.
Right. I think I've only got a couple of pages, so I'm sure I'll be well within my 10 minutes. Thank you. Okay. Yeah, I was a bit rushed this morning, but got here on time and
You did.
got kids off to school and whatnot, what we normally do as grandparents, and here to sit before you, the Hawke's Bay Regional Council. My submission is very to the point. Racist legislation against Māori, and I should actually have written tangata whenua beside that, but it came in later. There's a man, what have I done here? Sorry, let's go back. I think I've started at the bottom. Firstly, I would like to acknowledge a man who is not of my tribal people, but a man who had the courage and who was brave enough to stand up against council's, here I go, racist legislation against Māori, tangata whenua in other words. He deserves the right to be recognised and called a rangatira of the highest calibre. Because I go to a lot of meetings, community meetings and tribal meetings, and you hear our people call certain non-Māori rangatira, and I get quite offended by it, but I believe this man deserved that right to be called a rangatira of the highest calibre. If it was not for this man, I do not believe that I would be writing this submission today in support of Māori wards and Māori constituencies. This man was once the Mayor of New Plymouth District Council, lasting only one term. He was abused and spat on by his own peers and people who opposed his stance on giving Māori a distinct voice at the council tables. Thank you, Andrew Judd. And I followed Andrew Judd on Facebook for a lot of years, 1,000 days I believe it took him to get recognition at government level to recognise that there is racist legislation within councils. I now submit the following. Just a note on part of the racist legislation that Andrew Judd exposed. Councils can have an urban seat, they can have a rural seat, and they can have a Māori ward seat. But only the Māori ward seat can be petitioned and removed. Why are we asking now? In February 2021, the Local Electorate Act was changed to remove racist legislation. From my understanding, the Local Government Act was also changed to remove what was deemed to be racist legislation and breaches of Te Tiriti. If that was the case, then where does this consultation on whether to establish Māori constituencies for Hawke's Bay Regional Council fit with this current change in legislation? And I'm hoping somebody can give me some answers to that later. On the 13th of May 2021, I attended one of a series of 6 consultation hui held at our local tai whenua and led by the Hawke's Bay Regional Council. Mr. Piri Munro was the lead speaker. Whilst I support that Māori constituencies and Māori wards be established here in Hawke's Bay, I strongly oppose some of the processes actioned by the lead speaker and facilitators of that meeting. One, our marae and tai whenua is very contentious issue there. It was very disappointing to know that our marae were not considered as a place of holding these consultation hui. We regard our marae as the heartbeat of our whānau and our hapu. Our marae must be considered as the first place to meet on all tribal matters, such as this current topic. Mr. Munro, the lead speaker, openly admitted at that meeting that he alone made the decision to have these meetings held at the 6th tai whenua and not our marae. My introduction was highlighting the bravery of one white man who highlighted for 1,000 days the council's racist legislation and breaches of Te Tiriti against Māori, aka tangata whenua, only to be tainted with one Māori who thinks he has the right to make decisions for a tribe of 12,000 members. Whether it was intentional or not, I found his comment to be quite arrogant and insulting. The numbers in attendance was very poor. I counted about 16, of which at least 7 were from the council, which left 9 to participate in discussions of such importance to Māoridom. Is this a fair representation of Māori? In my view, no, it's not. Not even if one calculates in all the numbers in attendance at the 6th tai whenua. According to our Ngāti Kahungunu Rongomaa Wahine database, there are 26,000 registered members, and 12,000 of those registered members are registered here in the Hastings district. According to the Māori electoral roll for Hastings, there are, and I didn't quite get that number because I haven't had a chance to check my emails, but I know there's quite a few on the Māori roll. I know Mecca in the last election got a few thousand just here in this area. Number 2, we as Māori have been brought to this point of discussion with councils due to the perseverance in highlighting the facts of council's racist legislation and breaches of te tiriti against Māori, aka tangata whenua. In 2016, Andrew Judd petitioned to Parliament for changes to the racist legislation under the Local Government Act. He was ignored. In 2020, MP Nanaia Mahuta passed a bill in urgency for this racist legislation to be removed. Finally, in February 2021, the bill was passed under urgency, and as written in your documents, acts were changed to remove the racist legislation. I'm sitting here today to represent my Māori people. I wasn't asked to, I just am. I am here to represent them as I believe that these consultation hui may not be required under the 2021 current legislation changes. And even if they are, I do not feel that the 6 hui that have been held at our local tai whenua are a suffice number for the Hawke's Bay Regional Council to make a decision on whether Māori constituencies, wards will be established. Māori constituencies and Māori wards are a very new concept to our people. This is a very complex and detailed process. Yes, there are some of our people who can relate to this foreign concept very quickly, but there are still many who will have no idea of what is going on. It's the latter that need to be informed in a more direct way. Hence, our marae is the only place for our wider tribal participation, so they can be fully informed and get some understanding of what this foreign process is all about. I ask in the submission that your team organise over the next 2 weeks hui on at least 6 of our marae to complement and add to the current numbers of those attendees at the tai whenua hui. This should still give you time to make your decision on 21st of May 2021. Please do not leave our Omahu marae out of this process. Omahu is known as the tuakana of all our marae because it's named after the first child of Kahungunu and Rongomaa Wahine. And that's a marae we all need to be proud of. Quote, the Regional Council has a responsibility on behalf of the Crown to take appropriate account of the principles of Te Tiriti o Waitangi and to maintain and improve opportunities for Māori to contribute to local government decision-making processes. And that's in your LGA Section 4. Under LGA Section 14(1)D, you must provide opportunities. Under your LGA Section 81, Māori capacity to contribute to decision-making. These are just points I pulled out of your LGA. We must contribute to decision-making. Under LGA Section 77, relationships with Māori, their culture and traditions with their ancestral lands, water, wāhi tapu sites, value, flora and fauna, and all taonga. Quote, Hawke's Bay Regional Council Strategic Plan states, purpose statement, working with our community is at the heart of everything we do, particularly relevant to our relationship with tangata whenua. In my own personal view, you have failed us in the past and you are still failing us today. In all aspects of your relationship with tangata whenua, I make the statement based on your quotes 1 and 2 and legislation outlined. Thank you for giving me this time to speak to my submission. And my last point is colonial practices have no place in the world of te ao Māori.
Thank you, Florence. Councillor Hiniwai.
Kia ora, Florence. Tēnei te rahi kia koe ko Hiniwai Ormsby aho, Councillor Hiniwai Ormsby. Thank you for your submission. And I can relate to a lot of what you say around how confusing that LEA is and that for our people need to know more because it's quite complex. What would you say to a lot of whānau and mana whenua who've been saying, we've been waiting for this for many years, we want it now, we've all known what this is. What would your response be?
Well, again, I'll look at that racist legislation that was put in place, and it's been there for a lot of years. What disappoints me about it is that a lot of our Māori who sit in these regional councils have done nothing about it. more so than what can I do about it. I think if you're staff working in the Hawke's Bay Regional Council, you're Māori or any other ethnicity that lives here in Hawke's Bay, you need to understand your own legislation so you can pick out yourself, not have a white man that's stood for us as Māori people, having to fight for 1,000 days to get it right for us as Māori, as tangata whenua. That's my answer.
Thank you, Florence. We're out of time now, but really appreciate your frankness.
Yeah,
Thank you very
you.
much.
Thank you.
And maybe Mr. Piri Munro may not try that stance again.
Kei kona ia.
And are you the mayor, are you? Are you the
Chairman.
chairman on this side? And maybe you need to check your staff too to make sure they don't do those things again. But please consider what I said about having our hui back in our marae.
Thank you. We'll consider it, but probably a bit late. So Brian, Jury, and Damon Cooper have not turned up yet. And Api hasn't, so it's a bit early for him, but... Wiramu, no, he's not here. We just have to wait. Get it fired up.
It's a meeting later.
Someone's trying to ring me.
Back out. Yes, you can take a 10-minute break if you like, councillors, and grab a cup of tea, but come back, because as soon as Api comes, I want to kick off with him.
When's he due?
5 to 10.
Oh, sorry. Can I borrow back?
Yeah.
Uppy.
You should be here
Is he
then.
going to turn up today?
You should be here then.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, let's give it a go.
indeed. Right, off you go then.
O ngā mihi nui ki a koutou katoa o ngā rangatira e noho mai nei i te tepu, i te rā. Ka nui te mihi, ka nui te mahi i tēnei rā. Ka oro ai a rātou e noho mai nei, kia kaha, kia mai, kia manawa nui. Fantastic to be here and speaking on behalf of Te Reinga Marae at the head of the Wairoa River, one of the two maraes sitting in the upper catchment of Te Wairoa. And it was absolute joy and privilege to watch the submissions made by a cross-section of our constituencies here in Hawke's Bay to you yesterday, and I am immensely grateful that I'm here submitting and not sitting on the side of the table where you are. Although the arguments presented yesterday were both convincing, well backed with good fact and examples, and so I don't envy your position. But I am, as was mentioned yesterday, very excited about the opportunities that your decisions could create. So, moving right on. The offer of constituencies, I will also note the 10 minutes given to each speaker. My experience has been that councils typically have given us only 5 in the past on an individual basis. I note that HBRC has given us all 10 minutes. I assume that's because as a council you recognise that consistently we tend to mihi to you as a person first, then to the day, then to the topic, and that's a part of who we are, and so I appreciate that you haven't asked us to abandon who we are in order to hear our whakaaro. So while 10 minutes is still tight, we'll rock on. Let's go for it, Leanne. Give it a click. So the first one was Rangatiratanga. My notes in the submission basically said rangatira, and so the point I wanted to make here is good news, Council. It's not your job to define my rangatiratanga. It is not your job to determine how I should work with my people to govern or lead. So we will define that for ourselves as we have in the past. As a result of listening to yesterday's submissions, my presentation changed 4 times. And this is completely different to the one that I started with yesterday. So as a result of listening to those submissions, even I changed my perspective on the journey ahead. And so I thought it would be a good chance to talk to you about some of the good news that you might not have picked up yesterday. I heard quite a bit from submitters around Tino Rangatiratanga, Treaty of Waitangi. Yep, I agree. We have an obligation under the Treaty Article 1, Article 2, and obligations under Article 3. However, nowhere did I hear any of those submitters talk about them continuing to see their rangatiratanga, just looking for opportunities to work with council. And so the good news is you don't have to define my rangatiratanga for me, you just have to create an opportunity for us to work together. That's essentially what your decision is today. Yes, we accept the offer of constituencies from Hawke's Bay Regional Council because it's an offer to work in collaboration with an organisation that has a long history in managing and working directly with our taonga. And so this organisation, more so than others, as a custodian of the environment, is a closer aligned partner than others. And so we welcome the opportunity to work with Hawke's Bay Regional Council in the establishment of ward constituencies. Give it a click, please, Leanne. Yesterday's submitters talked clearly about rangatiratanga. We'll go right, next click. So I won't dwell too much on that. We have over 1,000 years of environmentally based observational science with daily routines and practices to help us nurture and kaitiaki species, plants, animals, creatures, insects. And we do that within a regime of karakia, waiata, whakawhanaungatanga, kai, manaki. And so we have 1,000 years, over 1,000 years of refined environmental practice. And so your offer for constituencies from Te Reinga Marae is yes to constituencies. We absolutely would love to take you on a journey to grow your understanding of some of that mātauranga Māori, that you too may grow our understanding of some of the Western science which can enrich not only the work we want to do together, but the principles by which drive us. Excuse my England. Next click, please, Liam. Those were the submitters from yesterday who spoke a little bit about the 1,000 years of history and about how it's about time we got on with some things. Next click, please. And again. Partnership. So this is where we're hoping you're going. I realise the emotion. I was pretty emotional 2 days ago, calming down yesterday, and today the presentation's really different. And so constituency representation, well, we're not in Tauranga particularly interested in the ward seat in itself. What we are interested in, on their right-hand side, is the range of vehicles available for us to give effect to your work, to your outcomes, to your long-term plan, and where we, as mana whenua and tangata whenua, can help you to achieve your outcomes. And that is a place of constituency and representation. You can't quite see the question in the white down the bottom, it doesn't come up here. But the question I have for you today at Council is, who is the best person to represent Māori on this committee? Is it you? If not, then your answer is self-explanatory. You need a Māori on Council. Or someone who can speak with the mandate and authority of Māori on topics pertaining to Māori, which is essentially everything. So if you do not have the current skills to speak on my behalf, grow, expand, evolve, transform. Because what I'm hearing is that we need these skills. If this was a business in any other space, we would look for the best person for the job, would we not? Would we base it on colour? Would we base it on karakia? No, we would not. We would check out their skills. We would ask them to come and bring that to the forebear that they may add value to our organisation. Your question today is, do we consider Māori constituents and Māori wards? Will it add value? In the last 200 years, take a look at the condition of our environment and the well-being of Māori in New Zealand. As the European Crown facility has grown its presence in New Zealand, there has been an equally steady decline in the well-being of our environment and the well-being of our people. The more dominant the Crown becomes in our space, the more restricted, the more oppressed, the more harm is done to our environment and is done to us. And then for me, these are fundamental reasons. First of all, the Crown came from the Northern Hemisphere, took out all our Southern Hemisphere science and put their Northern Hemisphere science in. 200 years later, we are struggling to understand why the environment doesn't appreciate it. So, we've maintained our link to 1,000-year-old Southern Hemisphere, New Zealand, Aotearoa specific environmental science that we would love to share with you as we've tried for the last 280 years. Today, as was said yesterday, represents an opportunity of a change within our community, and I think I've picked that up as I've listened to a number of submitters around the community. Our population is ready to move beyond what we've learnt from the past. Yeah, we're not proud, and some of us are still struggling to take ownership of our past, but we are actually more interested in where we can get to into the future, and I underestimated the willingness of that drive. We had some young people submit yesterday who were a living example of that drive and that enthusiasm. And so I guess that encouragement comes with a slight caution. My ancestors and the likes of those who've sat at this table for 20 years who were referred to yesterday, Joe, Haitia and others, I truly am amazed at their quiet, dignified presence that they've maintained here over 20, 30, 40 years. And they have consistently stood up and spoken with a gentle, calm mana that I struggle to understand and grip for myself. And so you've had the quiet, honourable people come and speak and say, yes, we'd like constituencies. You got the likes of me who are a little bit more flamboyant and a little bit more noisy, say, yes, we want the seats. Heads up, people, those young ones that you've seen over the last 2 days, they're not going to be as patient as I am. Clearly, they are more frustrated than I am. And so if you think the task is going to get easier the longer you take, you're wrong. Don't let those guys sit here and still be asking the same questions, because your followers, your replacements are not going to have a pleasant time. And as was said yesterday, it seems quite clear that there is definitely an environment or a atmosphere within New Zealand, amongst New Zealanders, that we're ready to start taking ownership of our history, and we're ready to start, for now, that looks like creating spaces where we can work together. So I would give it a kick, please, Leanne. I'll just check what's at the end of, and again, please. And again. Regional Council. Yes, so again, that comes back to you guys. Same as me, I'm an elected member on Napier City Council. We have over 174 acts that we're responsible for. In those acts are references to the Treaty of Waitangi. Yesterday, he was here again today with his wife. Yesterday, one of the submitters challenged Hawke's Bay Regional Council to do an audit on those acts and their ability to meet the obligations of the treaty within those acts, and I would endorse that challenge. Not to highlight or shame, but actually I know as a member on another authority that we all, not just here, we all would fall shamefully shy of meeting the obligations required of us in those acts. So should we have constituency seats? Yes, because there are 174 acts of law to which you are legally obliged to uphold, and in them are a reference to the Treaty of Waitangi. Transformational change begins. 2 clicks, please, Leanne. Cultural audit, we've done that. We'll click on pass. Who else? We've made that point. If you don't have the right skills, let's find the right person to do that. One more click, please, and I think that takes us to the last one. Oh, should we have constituency seats? Take a good look at your state of environment and the reports you send out to us, Council. We have 76% of our flora gone. You want to ask us now to come to the table? We have 10% of our marine and estuary areas left, and now you want to ask us to come to the table. The answer is still yes. The job is huge. The task is enormous. If you hope to do it alone, good luck. We would love to join you, and that's what I understand, and that's what I learnt yesterday, that the question is before you. Do we want to create a space where we can form partnerships with mana whenua to achieve that? The answer from Te Ranga Marae, Ngai Kohatu, the Ruakitiri, the Hangaro, and by extension all of Te Wairau, is hell yes. We have been waiting a long time. No mai, haere mai. And on that rather long 10 minutes, thank you very much for being so gracious, and I apologise. I did put some questions up there. I noticed Rick is not here today, so some of the questions were asked yesterday, but sorry to take up the whole minutes, Mr. Chair.
No, that's fine. No, you did it very eloquently, as usual. But we don't have time for questions.
Thank you very much.
Even though we probably haven't got another submitter here, if we give you extra time, they'll say we prejudiced.
Absolutely they would, and I'd be the first to complain. Thank you.
Thanks, Harvey.
Again, thank you, Council, for your extension and kindness. Ngā mihi.
Are there no other submitters here at the moment, Mr. Chairman?
William Lambert's next up.
Where am I?
You didn't get to ask him that question.
Not here.
Waiting.
I know you're all. And I was waiting
That
So
is
should we ask up a few
without.
questions?
Yeah, well, I wouldn't, I wouldn't,
I only know
outside
this
of the
because
hearing.
Leanne told me.
Just stand here.
So if you go to the submission,
Yeah,
it will have no clue.
Actually, sit by me. Don't sit up there because otherwise I'll...
Do I need to check your...
This is just informal. Yeah, so this is just informal because we're filling.
Oh, it's not
I'm
streaming?
seeking advice.
No,
I'm seeking advice here. In your position, I guess, as RPC representative in a way.
Streaming.
Hey, Christine, for those new councillors who don't know you, Christine was the Deputy Chair of the Regional Council for a long period of time and was a stalwart through quite a difficult period, and goes right back to Waitangi Park and even further than that, I think.
Well, before that.
Lots of really good environmental stuff which you did, and we're really grateful for that, for the work you put in. So, Christine, you know the rules. You've got 10 minutes and you can use them however you wish. You can use the whole lot if you like. The floor is yours.
Rex and Waitangi Park is fabulous. I really enjoy that area, so well done for seeing that right through. Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou te katoa, ko Christine Scott ho. I do not intend giving you my full pipiha, but suffice it to say that my tipuna are European, engari my mokopuna are Ngāi Tahu, Black Caribbean, Thai, near cousins are Ngāpahi, Japanese, European. We are a little United Nations, and we celebrate the diversity of our family, but also I'm very aware of a number of my family that have suffered racial abuse and are keenly aware of how wrong and awful it is. So my vision, and that of the group that I represent, the EJP, is to build a just and fair and equitable society. And I would have just liked to add a little correction to the signatures on it. I should have referred to Lynn Frith as the Reverend Dr. Lynn Frith, and add the signature of the Reverend Sally Carter, so that we represent actually Anglican, Presbyterian, Methodist, Catholic and Uniting churches. This is written from a very ecumenical but also theological perspective, looking at equity and fairness. And I did hesitate to submit to you. As Rex said, I am a past councillor and I think I've had my day, and it's your turn to be the decision makers, and I don't want to interfere, but did feel quite strongly that a voice from EJP should be heard. We had agreed to write to you and ask you to organise a public meeting, but too late because the submission closed a few days after that, so we went ahead and wrote a submission anyway. I'm not sure what your reasons were for that lack of public engagement, apart from a brief email saying submissions close in 5 days, but I do hope that you have consulted widely with mana whenua, because this is a decision that affects them and it's their voice that I think should be heard on this. So I am hoping that that has occurred. I don't want to repeat what's in the submission, you will have read it, but I will add that on my first term on council, I was on the Māori committee then, and it was my privilege to serve on the working party with the Māori members of that committee to review the charter. And that was the first time we put Te Tiriti o Waitangi into the charter. And believe me, that was quite a move in its day to have council accept that. But they did. So progress does occur, and I think it's now time for the next step to happen. And it's probably out of scope for me to talk about the future of the Māori committee, but I'm going to have a go. I know the discussion will occur, as it did when the RPC was set up. I personally found that an excellent forum for me as a councillor to understand and learn about the issues that matter to people with mana whenua. And the associations and relationships that I forged over that time, I really treasure, and it really have been a very important part. And it was a very valuable knowledge resource for me as a councillor at the time. So no matter if you make the decision to guarantee Māori seats on council, I urge you not to throw the baby out with the bathwater. I really do think there was always a role to have that committee as well. So that's your decision, not mine, but I'm throwing my penny's worth in. I did submit on my own behalf as well, and just raised one other matter in my submission, and that was on the matter of the number of seats in that, when we did the last restructuring of seats, it did affect the balance of urban and rural. And some of our rural, especially some of our more distant farmers, are the big ratepayers, but they're often quite a long way from council, and did feel quite keenly at the time that they were going to lose access to having their voice heard. So, I do urge you to think seriously about retaining that balance, keeping the 9 seats plus the 2 new ones, if that's your decision to go ahead with those. And finally, our only concern with establishing these seats is the fact that this is elected by the Māori role, which is for tangata whenua of New Zealand, no matter what their tribal affiliation is. And I know in the past that the Māori committee have raised concerns over losing the voice of their own voice on it. So it's not for me to make that decision. I just hope that you have consulted largely with those with mana whenua and are guided by them not only to their desire for the seats, but as to what the balance should be. It's not my place, it's their place to say that. So I just do hope that you have listened, have consulted and listened to them. And conclude, I really do sincerely say ngāka te aurora, ngā te aurora ka ora e te iwi, because if we put all our resources together, we are so much better. And I wish you all the best in making a decision. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Christine. Councillors, any questions? Oh, no, 2. Neil and Craig.
Neil. Kia ora, Christine. We go back a long way.
We do.
I'm pleased you've given some thought to the structure, should a Māori constituency be established, because it's often the devil in the detail that's important. I just want to explore with you, if Māori constituencies were established, would have a representation around the table. As you've pointed out, the Māori committee is a very important vehicle for council, and we also have the RPC. With that mix, if you like, of engagement with Māori, how do you feel the Māori constituency should be established, if it were to be established? Should there be a geographical division, or should there be representation across the regional council area by a number of representatives?
Neil, sorry, the representation on the seats or on the...
If we were to establish Māori constituency, should there be 2 geographical wards?
Look, I'm not, this is exactly what I say, it's not up for me to say.
I'd be interested in your opinion.
No, because I don't think it is my opinion that matters. It is how those with mana whenua really feel about the area, because you could establish 2 seats and, a northern seat or a southern seat, whatever. There's still going to be quite big areas for those people to cover. They're still going to be a bit lonely in the area they have to go. I suspect that might be the way you go, but I really do think that I would like to, if I was the decision maker, I'd be wanting to hear from them. How will this work for you?
Thank you, Craig.
Thanks. Thanks, Christine. Yeah, it was actually along the lines of it is the construct if we were to progress in this space, and I appreciate and respect as you've portrayed, it's not up to you to decide that, and fair enough. But if we were to progress down this way, the route for the additional seats, I know you put additional seats, not 2 of 9, you said 2 plus 9, then the form of how they're made up, like it's kind of relatively easy to define Hastings or Napier. And I think I'm hearing you saying, but actually mana whenua, I think I'm hearing you are probably best disposed to decide the form of, let's say it was 2 constituencies, if there'd be 2 over the whole area or a north and south. Is that what I'm hearing you say?
Yeah, I'm hearing you say that they're the people you should be listening to.
Yeah.
I mean, it's your decision, but I'm not in a position to say what would be best for them. I'm sorry.
Yeah, and I absolutely appreciate that. I just want to clarify that how it might play, because the devil will be in the detail.
I do urge you, though, that it is 2 seats and not 1, because I do know from the past it can be a very lonely task to be there alone. And that's one of the reasons why we put 2 people on each of the 2 Māori representatives from the committee, a Māori committee, on each of the committees, because it's too unfair to ask one person to be that voice.
Thank you.
Christine, we're out of time, but Heniwai's got a question and so have I, and I don't think we've got any other speakers here, have we?
Narelle.
Oh, Narelle's here. Hi, Narelle. Okay, well, I'm going to allow...
Kia ora, Christine. Thank you for your submission. I just want to ask you if you could succinctly answer this question, and it's about the value of consultation. Could you tell us why that's so important, specifically in the journey we've taken?
Consultation at wide, or when I urged you to consult the Māori community?
Or either in this, put in this context.
The value of consultation is not only in being able to hear the voice of the people that you're making decisions on behalf of, but it's an opportunity to take them with you as well.
Kia ora. Thank you.
Good day, everyone. Thank you, Christine. Actually, my quick question to you, just a yes or no, you said 11, go to 11, 2 seats, 11, and retain the Maori committee. That's your counsel to us.
Yes, it is.
Thank you. Okay, thank you very much.
As well, so thank you.
Ngā mihi, katoa.
Thank you, Christine. Welcome, Narelle. Sorry to rush you. Okay. Might get a good whiter out of this, do you?
So.
Hey? Yeah. Well, it might be a dad. Was that her dad's telling you that recognised son, Scottish soldier? You couldn't have a worse place. He was a famous man, you know. Kaharangi, he said, established Kaharangi. See that you were getting a call from Boston. There's a winter planting day that we're organising at the moment. Can't move with them. We'll just go. Oh, yeah. But they want to do up and tell them they can't. Yeah, he wants to do that, yeah. I know. I'm just having to get our boys back in the tent because they're at home. Shit, fucking Germans. Cooking, swimming. The whole of the land. So the outstance pulled out and said, we're not going to do anything. Bridge policies. Just to calm down. Jeez. You know, about it. So we'll get it done. Yeah. It's going to be fun. Welcome, Narelle. Now, we give all the submitters 10 minutes, and you can use the whole 10 minutes for yourself, or you can wait for councillors. You may get a little wee bit longer because we have no other submitters here waiting, and we're having a smoko break at 11 o'clock, so we may have a little bit of latitude on that. The floor is yours. You tell us when you want to start.
Kia ora. Sean? Tēnā tātai katoa. Ka tūau ki te mihi atu ki a koutou. Kia koe Rex te rangatira. Nau I whakamana ia mātou I te wā o te matatini. Ai, tino aroha nui ki a koe mō tō tautoko I a mātou. Ki a koutou hoki, te whānau, kei wainganui a tātou I tēnei ata ki a koe Shell, Michelle McElroy. Ka tūau ki te tūpau tuku rai ki a koe tēnei wā. Mō tō kaha ki te kōrero, mō te whānau o te wairo. Ngā mihi nui ki a koe. Tēnā tātou katoa. Before I start, I'll sit down. I just want to ask that what I have to say is that you are all receptive to hearing what I am about to share.
We are.
And I just want to say my name is Narelle Karanema Huata. I am a Hawke's Bay Regional Council ratepayer of 21 years. That's almost 25k of my hard earnings over the last 21 years that I have contributed to the works of the Hawke's Bay Regional Council. I would like to introduce my whānau that I brought along today. They insisted to come. This is Te Hapaku. His first wife, Te Hapaku, is a great chief of our region. His first wife, Te Heipura, a landowner of Havelock North. Te Heipura and Te Hapaku, he karanema te nahu. Karanema te nahu, he arihi te nahu. Arihi had makui te rangi te nahu. This beautiful tipuna here, my great-grandmother. This is Karanema te nahu Hapaku Ellison, my grandfather. He married Mihiro Mohi. A lot of you will know the Mohi family. I am of that descent. My grandmother was the grandchild of Puke Puke Tangiora. So if you know this whenua as councillors of the Hawke's Bay Regional Council, you will know who's standing in front of you today. My grandmother and my grandfather come from tipuna who farmed this region, landowners. They had my mum, she didn't want her photo here, but her name is Puke Puke Tangiora Tuarua. And she married my dad, Tamaturanga Huata. They had my sister, Alison Mihiro Tomona Huata, and as councillors, you would hear all those names and you would know what those names consist of. Then they had me, Karanema Huata. I am a direct descendant of Te Hapaku. I've just given you my genealogy
that links 7 generations to Te Hapuku. I am the first wahine that holds the Karanema name. My name comes from this lineage, this whakapapa. So I feel that I have a sense of responsibility to come here today and to speak. Te Hapuku signed the Treaty of Waitangi. So at the beginning I said, I ask that you be receptive to what I have to share. If you're spiritual and you believe in wairuatanga, then this is the kōrero that I share. If you believe in Christianity, that is a belief in a higher spiritual being. This is the kōrero or the speech that I share. I have a question. What is your greatest fear? What is it that you fear? What is it that is holding you back to allow this process to be a positive win-win outcome? I zoomed in, live streamed in when I saw the hui that took place regarding the motion that was placed before our people by Hinewai. And I was saddened because I saw Wairo come in, I saw Here Taunga come in, I saw Ahuriri come in, I saw Kaumātua come here to voice their opinion on that kaupapa. And if you were koi, if you were sharp, you would have heard the consultation of those people at that time. Unfortunately, it was lost. It was lost in translation. And the motion that was placed down, the motion holder left without touch basing with the kaumātua who were left to cry, saddened of that motion. So I was on the other end and I was crying because of what had happened. Me personally, I don't like doing these things, but when you have the name Karanema and your tipuna signed the Treaty of Waitangi, and the Treaty of Waitangi is what's used to allow this process to happen, then I have a sense of responsibility to voice the kōrero on behalf of my tipuna. And so he is asking, what are you scared of? What is your greatest fear? What is it? 1840, his greatest fear was, does he sign that cross or not? He did. And so, as councillors, you are representing our partner, the Crown, and you have to start somewhere, start trusting us, the other partner, to the Treaty of Waitangi. That's what it's about, trust. Do you trust me? Do you trust me to give your mokopuna water that's polluted, that you are held responsible for? Do you trust me? That's what it comes down to, trust. So my greatest fear is that I never took the opportunity to talk today. And when my mokopuna asked me, Nan, did you go to that submission at the council? And if I was to say no, the look on my mokopuna's face, that's my greatest fear. So today, I just want to share that with you. have trust in us. We can't do any worse. If anything, we are here to say we can help. Allow us to come to the table and be part of the clean-up process that's going to heal our people, our waters, and all of you too. Because if we're sick, you are all sick. That's called coexisting. The pandemic isn't colourblind. The pandemic, COVID-19, is here hitting everybody. So we are all sick. But we, as a collective, can help with the solutions to clean up all the mess that has been done for 7 generations. 7 generations. So, kia ora tātou. I wanted to say that. I've shared my Rangatiratanga with you all. And as the tipuna, the descendants of Te Hapuku, that's us. We hold that responsibility, all the good, all the bad that came with that cross. So kia ora tātou.
Thank you, Narelle. That was excellent, and we're really pleased to meet your ancestors. Illustrious
Come
as
and
they
see
are.
them more often.
And I won't volunteer to sing your waiata because I did at your father's tangi, and Nahiwi said Rick and I was the worst waiata ever sung at Waipatu Marae. So,
No, but we can sing. We can sing the waiata
I
now.
think you can, yeah.
I just want...
Tira mai ngā iwi, tātou tātou e. Tira mai ngā iwi, tātou tātou e. Pai a te maramatanga, me te aroha e ngā iwi kia tapatahi, kia kotahira, tātou tātou e. Tātou tātou, puriti aki a mau, hi au e hi.
E te tuane e muara i te hainatanga o tēnei te tohungi a kairunga i te tiriti. E mua i tēnā a ka tai mai ngā tira putanu e te motu ki te mihi ki tō tipuna rā te hāpuku. Hei whai kēngi mā tata. Ai, te tuara ka whai anua kairunga i te tiriti nau nei I whakaahua mai rā i te rangi nei. Ora tēnā koe kairunga i o poko hiwi hei tuara mau kia haria mai e nā ngā tipuna ngā whakaahua mo e nei ngā kai kaunihira ki atirohia kānui te mihi tēnā koe.
Thank you, Petty.
Well, yeah. Kia ora, o tēnei te mihi kia koe, Noel. Mo tō whakaaro. And, you know, we're all upset after that, but I believe it's welcome the opportunity to bring your whakaaro and kōrero while keeping this kuaha open. And that's what we wanted, to hear the whakaaro. And the journey that we're going to take along this, because an open door is better than something that we can't speak of for another few more years. So if you can take my honesty from this, is that we kept this door open. We wanted to make sure that that pole was removed to be able to not be hindered by any decision that we made. And I'm thrilled that we have a 90% support in these submissions to move forward together. And we heard about what consultation brings, the value that it brings, that we can hear the voices, that we can bring people with us, because this is not the end. It's just been drawn out a little longer after that 5% poll was removed. So if you can take anything from it, is that I have huge aroha for us to move along this journey. But there was a certain way we had to do it. And I feel your mamae, I feel the mamae of all our tipuna that may have in our kaumata on the day. So this is aroha from me to you, to a lot of our whānau out there. But now we're here today. Now we have the opportunity and we're here to listen. Kia ora.
Thank you. Want to speak, Kate, too? Okay.
Thank you, Narelle.
Kia ora.
You've helped me in the past, and you've helped me today. Thank you.
Kia ora.
Thanks, Craig. Thanks, Narelle.
Is there no time left?
Well, yeah, no, there is a little bit. We're just going to stop for a cup of tea, but
Sure.
there is. You can speak.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's simply a reflection back, and what Craig said essentially, that was utterly profound. But you asked us what is our fear, and I guess my question is, could you understand that our fear was that the broader community didn't understand? We're just way behind on this journey, and this was a chance, as Hiniwai has shared, for us not just to bring the treaty partner, because they were there, but the wider community of Hawke's Bay to come to understand why we were doing this and why it was important. And it's testing that whakaaro through this process. That, I think, is what held some of my colleagues and me back initially. So I'm not justifying that. That may not cut it for you, but you asked the question, and that is the answer, in all honesty.
Right.
Kora, Narelle. So we will break for a cup of tea, and we'd like you to join us. We'll have a look at your photographs. So it's a wonderful submission. Thank you very much. Thanks, Cal.
We've only got 4, we need 5.
1, 2, 3, 4. Do we have to have a quorum? Yeah.
Sorry.
Jamira, so I apologise, but we've lost 2 of our guys because they think it's later on they're coming back, and because we've introduced you, but just stay sitting there because we can. But we haven't got a quorum without one of them coming back.
Oh. So we're just going to wait for one of them to come back.
I've just
Anyone?
texted
That's
Will.
all right. Oh. It won't be long.
But you're fine. You're from Wairau.
I'm from all over the East Coast, really. I was born and raised here in Napier. I grew up on Omahu Marae. My mother...
Because 2 of our councillors have now joined us. Just from the
Ready to
councillors'
start,
point of
Chair?
view, we did start early because Jamira, we couldn't contact her, so there was a little bit of messing around, but she came today, and so we're going to hear her message to us today. So you have 10 minutes. All speakers have 10 minutes. You can use it how you wish. You can speak less, and councillors can answer questions, or you can own the whole space. So the floor is yours. You tell us when you're ready to go, and Petty will ding you at 9 minutes.
Okay.
The floor is yours.
Kia ora koutou. I don't know how this all works. This is my first time up here. I did write some notes on a piece of paper because somebody told me to. So I will support and try and push in any way Māori representative for any governance over the land. What I will push for and what I will stand for is the honouring and respecting the treaty. When this document was signed, it was supposed to be in partnership. So my belief is that for every government representative or entity, there should have been a Māori representative or entity. This has never been. I can only represent what I believe, and that's what I believe. For a long time, the Māori people, the native people of New Zealand have been suppressed. Within the Māori, we all have a whakapapa. We have a mountain, we have a river, we have a marae, we have a people, we have a history. What I see is those mountains have trails on them, those rivers have gravels taken out of them without any kind of respect or honouring to every Māori that pertains to that area. Whether or not there is ownership to that area or that resource, Māoris relate back to it. Where the resources have been going, and this is for the greater good of New Zealand, that's okay, but there should have been some consultation. And half of the Māori race is in Australia. They would like to come home and know that their resources are there to be passed on to their children. I'm a mother of 2 children. I have heard both of them say that they do not want children because of the way that the world is. And with the statistics of our poisoned rivers, our soil degradation, and the land that's going to be left over because of the management, they do not want to bring children into this world. From a Māori perspective, signing the treaty, we are kaitiaki of the land. Our waterways are polluted and they wash out in the estuary. I used to go there and collect seafood with my mum. We can't anymore. And these are just stories. I remember when I was younger, I would go to streams and they were clear. They're green and sludgy and they have motorbikes going up and down them with Hawke's Bay Regional signs on them. No, I don't agree that any consultation was happening. But most of all, what I do want to push is advertising, communication. If there are a lot of good ties that the Hawke's Bay Regional Council does have with existing tribes and hapu, the rest of our schools, our Māori communities are not in the know. I don't know how these processes work, but I know I've always spent most of my time outside as a Māori of this area. So there's a whole big hole there. Whether or not, I don't know who that has really benefited, but Māori need to be communicated with. It is very sad. We have a lot of lost people, a lot of Māori fighting each other, and all they really want is to be part of the land. It's not mostly about the natural resource, it's the way that Māori have had to find themselves in the system. And I would just like our Māori to be part of what was given to them by our ancestors when they did sign the treaty. That's what I've come here to say. I am all for a Māori representation of Hawke's Bay's resources. Yeah, I'm open to any questions.
Thank you, Jamira. Questions, councillors? Yes, Craig.
Thanks very much. Can you tell us a little bit more about, you described as childhood how you enjoyed the waterways and around here, and you collected kai, and then your disappointment and frustration that your children are not able, well, actually we can't enjoy that same pleasure right now. Any, in the few minutes that you have, any suggestion to the council is actually something we can do right pretty quickly to start to fix that, of which everyone I think is in agreement that something needs to happen and fast. But you're obviously very knowledgeable in this space, so I just invite you to help us help you.
I know it's an old system that will somehow need to be renewed. I know that the city waterways end up in the ahuriri, and I know worldwide they've got different techniques of sifting out rubbish, and they've got different ways of introducing oxygen into the waterways. I know that you guys have a few environmentalists here, and implementing natives. We just those simple steps is just a way forward, and there are a lot of schools and non-profit little groups that are interested in helping, just for the greater good of the future.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Anyway.
Kia ora, Jamira. Thank you for your submission. I see here that you're on the general role, is that right? Or you're on the Māori role?
General.
On the general. So if we were to create these Māori constituencies, are you aware that you won't be able to change to the Māori role to 2024?
Yep.
Therefore can't vote. And would you like to switch?
I would like to work as one people, actually. I'm not just pro-Māori. I think just being a general person is more of personally a Māori role, because we are accepting people, and I would like to build for the greater good of New Zealand, whoever is within New Zealand.
Any other questions? Thanks, Jamira. You obviously had a big impact because there's no further questions, so really appreciate your submission and assure you that every councillor here is very conscious about the destruction that has occurred in our environment over the last 100 years. It's just going to be a long trail fixing it.
Am I allowed to appoint somebody, or does it? I don't know how it works.
Are you allowed to what, sorry?
I did nominate a person, which is...
To?
Sorry, I'll find out about that process later.
Okay. That'd be good. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
Kia ora.
Who have we got?
We're supposed to have. They're waiting.
Maori.
So whenua, they're waiting to zoom in.
Māori. This one
Are
here.
they there?
Yeah, they're joined.
They're all there.
Oh, cool.
Who is? The Waro. Oh.
Well, that's my whenua.
Oh, that's nice.
We are
It's going to be
the
you.
Waro.
That's nice and clear, isn't it? It's going to be you.
There they are.
Glasses off.
Is he gone for
Can you
the
do that chairperson?
I wonder if he's taken a call or something.
We got. Kia ora.
Maybe he's fallen and broken something.
I thought it was a cluster.
Yeah, but it's just spaced
Yeah,
out, isn't it?
true.
Did they let me know?
Matawai and Katiina.
The Wairua.
Is that Matawai there?
Kia ora.
Okay, welcome. Boone. And we're really looking forward to hearing your submission from Wairoa. So,
Microphone, Rex.
oopsie, I forget I've got to talk to the microphone. Really looking forward to having your submission. So the every submitter has 10 minutes, and the 10 minutes belongs to you. And if you want questions, you need to think about fitting them into those 10 minutes. But we really look forward to hearing from you today. The floor is yours. Did you hear me?
I think our Zoom speaker works.
No, it works through this.
Does it?
Okay. Tēnā koutou. Tēnā koutou. Ko mati wai pene ahau. I stand here on behalf of Tāki Tumi Marae Trust. I thank you.
Maybe she's got feedback.
For extending the closing time from 4 p.m. to 8 p.m. on the 22nd of April. No later. I also have an individual submission, therefore I will speak both.
Does she have an individual submission?
If that is okay. So, the Pātai. Do you support the establishment of Māori constituencies for Hawke's Bay Regional Council? Oh, gosh. To this Pātai, we answered yes. We are now required to give our reasons for why we said yes. The Waitangi Tribunal, Article 1. The Waitangi aroha mai te tiriti o Waitangi, Article 2. The Treaty of Waitangi established the special relationship between the Māori people and the Crown. And whereas it is desirable that the spirit of the exchange of kawanatanga for the protection of Rangatiratanga embodied in the Treaty of Waitangi be reaffirmed. This As this is stated in the preamble of Te Ture Whenua Māori Act 2002. In the English text of the treaty, though the Queen guaranteed to Māori the undisturbed
Must be scrolling down on something.
I think so.
possessions of such properties for as long as they wish to retain them. Article 2 also provided for land sales to be effected through the Crown. This gave the Crown the right of preemption in land sales. The Māori version uses the term tino rangatiratanga in promising the tribes full authority over their lands and taonga, resources, cultural practices, and our language. Article 3 deals with rights and equality granted granting both partners, tangata whenua Māori and tangata tiriti Pākehā, and all others who choose to make Aotearoa their home. Equal rights in Aotearoa. Aotearoa, New Zealand. Principles of the Treaty of Waitangi, the 3 Ps, partnership, participation, and protection. Partnership. Working together, being able to agree that this is a 50-50 partnership, finding that balance. As we see it, we have never received a partnership of 50-50. If it has to be measured, we are pretty sure the scales will shift 2080. We need strong engagement and better relationships with Māori community. having a stronger voice when interacting with Māori taonga. If this means equal Māori representatives to sit on this board or trust, then so be it. It's about fair, honest and equal decision making. It has always seemed to be one-sided within the system. It is not about having any Māori to sit as a representative. To sit as a representative on a board or a trust. It's about having the right Māori to sit as a representative for their Māori community. Participation. A stronger emphasis is needed on Māori involvement in all spectrums that affect Māori, especially in the processes of decision making, planning, development. Processes of decision making, planning and development. Work to strengthen the partnership so we can work together to fulfil our dreams, needs and aspirations for our future generations and our and our community. Not feeling and very rarely have felt welcome in the system of today, have received nothing.
Getting feedback.
Today. Have received nothing but token gestures. We are still being dictated to. Have received nothing but token gestures. We are still being dictated to.
Not for them. Check, what if we give them another opportunity to sort the techie bit out or something? Because it's just distracting from her submission.
That's right. I'm wondering whether we need her to turn off her sound. So on the mic.
Matty White, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Unfortunately, I can't look at you when I'm saying this, but we're having a lot of difficulty at this end. And one of our councillors pointed out it's not really fair on you because we're not really getting the nuances of your submission, it's not fair on the councillors either because they aren't able to hear it. My suggestion is that we hold and come back to you later when we can sort of work out these technical points. Are you okay with that? It's not fair on the councillors either. My suggestion is that we hold and come back to you later.
Really delayed. I'm wondering if they've got the Facebook feed on. They've got the Facebook feed on too. That's really delayed.
Yes.
Okay, right. Let's stop. Can you do that?
I can actually ask
Because Katarina is going to come back too, and Alice, there's
quite a few coming
Yeah, well,
through.
she was getting obviously there.
Yeah.
Who do we have?
Really tough on her. I think it's driving her nuts.
Yeah.
Ngatai, would you mind giving your submission now?
Yeah, give me
Don't want to cut across the way, so
Well, we,
understand what's happening.
yeah, she understands. We'll just have to fix that. Give our team time to fix it, and because we've got several coming. We've got Katarina's coming, probably on the same system because she's sitting there, and Alice is coming too from the Tai Whenua.
There's 8 from Wairua.
There's 8 from Wairua.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, there they
Yeah, I'm
are.
just messaging you now, so you think it's because she's got the live stream on that it's...
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I think in the meantime, if so we're not cutting across. We're just waiting. You happy to do it now?
I'll just
So leave Zoom on, turn Facebook off.
Do it on Facebook,
No, but she's filmed by Zoom.
And have we got
It's not
someone
on
who
Facebook.
can help them out? Can I talk to them?
Katarina.
Yeah, Anna.
Katarina. Yeah, no, you're.
Oh.
I can hear you. It's Katarina now. So it's a technical thing. So can you just say it again? We think it's because you've got the live stream going. What were you saying, Craig?
Try, who's it, Katarina?
Katarina.
Just try turning Facebook off so you've only got Zoom on, because that
Oh, that must be you. You must have something on. Have you got the live stream on the? You know, it's like it's interrupting with it because there's a delay now. Just have purely the Zoom. Yeah, just purely the Zoom. So something's interrupting it.
I'll just click off something and see what happens.
So what did you want to do? Going to give her another chance later?
Yeah. Well, maybe straight after, if we have night down, then they can sort out their situation.
Yeah, I'll get back to you.
and have a dry run offline or something to get it right.
So have someone can do that and help them through it whilst we do the schedule.
Yeah, well,
Okay, good. Maybe on the job. So Ngātai, we are okay to.
back to you.
Do you want? I'll grab the water. No, grab the water. There's some up here. Someone can do that and help them through it whilst we do the schedule. Yeah, well, okay, maybe on the job. So Ngātai. And we'll come back to them straight after.
Just nice.
Welcome, Ngātai. It's good to see you, mate.
Oh, kia ora, Rex.
So each submitter has 10 minutes, and you need to make room for councillors to ask questions. We've had a bit of leniency today because some people have had some gaps, but not. We don't want to too much because it's not fair on the ones that I have kept to 10 minutes. So you just tell us when you're ready to go, and
Okay.
Patty will take the time and make a little ding when it's getting close.
Okay. This looks higher. Rangatiratanga. Okay. Okay. Kate Pai, if I stand up.
Yeah.
Ai, ko tēnei. Ko tēnei te reo pari karangaranga i te matua Māori, i te pātaka o Aotearoa. Ka whitia tamanui te rā, ka rere ake ki runga te hauku nui o Heritaunga. Te haro te kāhunga, taku nono. So the reverberating karanga of Te Matua Maori, Hawke's Bay, the food house of Aotearoa. The sun is shining. The hauku nui is the word that we give to the mist in the morning, the kohu, our word is hauku nui. So ka whitia tamanui te rā, ka rere ake ki runga rā, the mist lifts, and then we're left with what we call a te rangi paihua rere. It's a beautiful sunny day. So, Kia tātou katoa ki te kauni here o te rohe, te matua Māori, ki ōku whānau, hapu, marae, ngā hoama me ngā whanaunga. Ka nui te mihi ki a tātou katoa, mō tēnei kaupapa pūtake I mua I a tātou. So this is a big kaupapa that is in front of us. Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou hui hui mai katoa. Okay. There's one back here. It's whakapapa. There was a kōrero issues about whakapapa and how we feel about the constituencies. In terms of the whakapapa, I've lost the page. In terms of the whakapapa, we need to look at several types of whakapapa. First of all, there's what we call the Rangatiratanga, which is the male line, and everything used to come down the male line. Until they learnt they just couldn't do it on their own. Okay. And so and the Rangatiratanga, so everything came down the male line, including the ownership of the whenua. However, there's also what we call the whakapapa of the Kāwai Rangatira. Kāwai Rangatira are all the kararehe, the ika, the wai, all living things, water, animals, trees, flowers, all living things. Ko ngā mea katoa comes down through a Kāwai Rangatira. We just happen to have a whakapapa that ascends from the heavens, so we can trace direct ancestry back to the heavens, to the atua, mana atua, and also all living things, all our friends and relations. I am a he tamahine, a daughter. I'm also he wahine tapairu. I'm the firstborn female in a male line. I'm a tuahine, a sister. I'm a karangatahi, karangarua, a cousin. I'm a nanny. I have 4 tamariki, 14 mokopuna, and I'm also a koka. I'm a singer, songwriter, composer, musician, recording artist. I'm also, I suppose, one of the most political Māori women in Kahungunu, and have been fighting for these rights, our inherent God-given born rights of what we are entitled to. So, here's the tuapapa. So, I talk about the etahi hanga o whakapapa, o ngā tukemata o kahungunu. So, ngā tukemata o kahungunu is the way the old people said how handsome kahungunu people were, how beautiful. And I mean, the evidence is right there. In the 1980s, my father, Wite Tauhuata, he was spiritual leader of Kahungunu, and he was also the last padre of Ruatako Māori, the 28th Māori Battalion in World War II. So he set up this hangahanga, or this framework of whakapapa called Te Hononga Maraikura. And it was a whakapapa through the waka. Through the waka. So we have whakapapa that comes down from the ancestor, the tipuna, and there's whakapapa that comes down through all other living things. And this whakapapa is a hononga maraikura, which is the marriage between a whatukura, a chief, an arikinui of one waka, and he married a maraikura, and she was chieftainess of another waka. So, just to share with you, my whakapapa based on the hononga maraikura is, and this I wrote in my master's thesis, he waitohu. Ngā kuru paunamu neho e noho nei ngā I rangi ātea. Ko tana te ariki nui, rāua ko toto. Ko toto, ko te waka, kura hapu. Ko rongo kako, te mato rongo kako ki runga rā, ka mua ia muri whenua o te waka mā tātua. Ka puta, ko tamatea uri haia pōkai whenua, pōkai moana, ka mua ia iwi pupu te kura paikea paraurangi. And then they beget kahungunu. Ko kahungunu, well, actually, him, you know, historically it's written that he had 8 wives, but there's rumours that there were more. He never made love. He never made war. He made love.
That's right.
So, Kahanganu's most well-known wife was Rongo Mai Wahine,
Yeah.
Nuku Taurua Mahi Mai Tawhiti. We all whakapapa down through that hononga, all of us. That's why here in Te Mata Māori, we're all related, all Māori, through marriage, intermarriage, yeah. So we have lots of cousins that are currently living now. So we're the tuakana of our generation. Right. So ko Tapuai, married rawa ko hine manuhiri. Ko whakāha, rawa ko meri. Ko te hira te ota, rawa ko winipere. This is both sides of my mother and father's whakapapa. Tōku papa no kahungunu ki te wairo, also to Ngāti Pāhauera Mōhaka. Tōku mama, her mother was Ngāti Pro, and she's nokone. And so her father was Prairi Tomona, the very well-known composer, singer-songwriter. Ko te hira te ota rawa ko winipere, ko tāmihana rawa ko ripeka, ko henare rawa ko ākenehi, ko paraire rawa ko kuini, a ko wītetai rawa ko ringahora, anei rā he uri o rātou. Okay, so in giving the whakapapa, that's actually, it's spelling out the rights, our rights to having our own constituencies, Māori wards. We whakapapa. We whakapapa to the land, we whakapapa to the hau, the wind, we whakapapa to the moana, to the waters. So it's not just the whakapapa down through the human line. And I suppose that's the salient difference. And so we ask ourselves questions all the time. We ask ourselves a question and we answer our own question. It's a rhetorical question. Couldn't ask you that question because you wouldn't know the answer, but we know the answers. So I just want to go to, the ngako of my kōrero was that through whakapapa, those are our rights. Those are our rights. And through those different variations of whakapapa, we have all those tenets into this. Heka. I haven't even sung my song yet. Okay.
We don't count the song.
Okay.
We're looking forward to that.
So I just want to say to everyone, that, well, kia tata katoa, this is way overdue. Been fighting this. Oh, look, my T-shirt. Okay.
Yeah, I saw it.
1769, when Cook came here to Aotearoa, was the first colonised footprint, was the first colonised handprint. It was the first colonised thumbprint. And the first deed he did was he killed a tipuna. They raped our nenes and they sodomised our karaua. Dirty buggers, sailors, whalers. Yeah. So it's based on those things that you have to understand what the trauma that has happened to our people since colonisation. So we want our rights honoured. And what's really important is te tiriti o waitangi. So we heard the queer, her kōrero was fantastic. So, and it is based, but what I didn't appreciate was someone, Pākehā, has put in the 3 principles of the treaty. And actually, and it takes it away. So really, you must follow the treaty, but it's got to be the Māori version. That's the only pono, bigger version. So anyway, so I started writing this word. last night, and I was talking to a mate.
So this is an original.
Council, and I'm just going to get my kupu together, make sure I'm ka whitia tanga te rā. Here it is. Okay, well. Hika. Okay. Mana atua, mana whenua, mana moana, mana wahine, mana tangata, mana Māori motu hake. Mana atua, mana whenua, mana moana, mana wahine, mana tangata. Te tiriti o Waitangi, mana atua. We are the gods. Mana whenua, we are the land. Mana moana, he awa, he waiu, he wairere. Mana wahine, mana tangata. Mana Māori motu hake, te matua Maui, tiki tiki ataranga. Constituencies, equity, te tiriti o Waitangi, partnership, 50%. Second article of the treaty gives us tino Rangatiratanga. Add on 10%, 60%. We're not greedy. We just want our rights returned. Te tiriti o Waitangi.
Good night. Thank you very much. It's a great pleasure for us to be have the first audition of your song from someone who whakapapas back to Tūtera Mai, the writers of Tūtera Mai and Pokari Kariana. You got both in your bloodlines.
Yes, yes.
Thank you very much. Greatly appreciate that. Now, are we going to try and get Wairo on the...
You got any questions?
No, we haven't got time for questions. I'm sorry.
Oh, no, you can't do that. Come on. No, that's like playing the joker on, doing that. So ask a question.
Okay, right. We're going to go for one question. You've talked me into it. Only because you sang such a beautiful song. One question. Who's going to do it? You've stunned them, you see.
Don't be scared.
I'll ask one.
Quick question, Martin.
Taku, the 60% Rangatiratanga in your waiata.
We're going to raise that, Martin.
On the table at the moment is 2 Māori seats. How do you see, or how well do you see, if we were to vote for the 2 Māori seats, that we'd be giving effect to Article 2, or have we still got a long way to go? Where does this fit in on that journey?
You've got a way to go. They guaranteed us tino rangatiratanga. So you've got to honour it. Really, it's just about honouring the treaty. And but I'm serious about the 50% as the partnership. But actually, because of those 3 articles, and the second article for us is paramount. And I reckon, I wasn't being greedy or anything about it. I thought 10%'s, good. So I reckon we should take 60%. It's what we're entitled to, based on the signed document, 2 peoples, 2 nations, and also the second article of the treaty.
Thank you, Ngātai. You're not leaving us in any doubt.
Great.
That's the end of our session.
I hope it's a salient difference in how you
We're going
vote.
to try and get our Wairau people back on. Unless, so thank you very much, unless we have a Rangapa who's not here, I suppose.
Rangapa's not here.
Rangapa's not here. No. So who's connecting us to Wairau?
Just waiting to be connected, you think?
Well, we need to, with all these people, they should be on the same one. So, are we going to do Alice all over again? Yeah, that's all, sorry.
A, that it'll be taking bandwidth. B, you get feedback from it.
Like a Zoom meeting where you've got 2 computers in there.
We have to fix this somehow. Who's our expert?
There's a help desk.
Matter why have we solved the problem? Oh, I've got to talk in here, don't I? I need to be wrong way around.
Check 1 2, check 1 2. Can you hear us clearly?
We can now.
Can they hear?
Absolutely. Awesome.
Katerina, we've got a whole bunch of people that are zooming in from Wairau. Have you got them all there with you now?
Yes, correct.
You have. So we'll just take
I have just one person who sends apologies, and that's Peter Waido, but his sister is here to apologise for him, who will also be presenting. Alice Waido, his auntie.
Oh, yeah, no, she's listed, so that's fine.
Okay.
So let's start at the beginning then, and can you tell everybody that what we can do this in several ways really, but I think we should do it 10-minute slots for each person, and people can question each person separately. So
sure.
That's the way we'll do it, and we will start again with Matiwai.
From the beginning?
We didn't
from
get
the beginning
much.
or where we left off?
Yeah, I think we probably need to start from the beginning.
Oh.
I think.
Okay. I know. Right. Tēnā koutou. Ko Matiwai Pini Ahau. I stand here on behalf of Tākitumi Marae trustees. I thank you for extending the closing time from 4 p.m. to 8 p.m. on the 22nd of April. I also have an individual submission, therefore I will speak to both if this is okay. The Pātai, do you support the establishment of Māori constituencies for Hawke's Bay Regional Council? To this Pātai, we answered yes. We are now required to give our reasons for why we said yes. Te Tiriti o Waitangi, Article 2. Treaty of Waitangi established the special relationship between the Māori people and the Crown, and whereas it is desirable that the spirit of the exchange of kāwanatanga for the protection of Rangatiratanga embodied in the Treaty of Waitangi be reaffirmed. And this is from the preamble of Te Ture Whenua Māori Act 2002. In the English text, through the Queen, guaranteed to Māori the undisturbed possession of such properties for as long as they wish to retain them. Article 2 also provided for land sales to be effected through the Crown. This gave the Crown the right of preemption in land sales. The Māori version uses the term tino rangatiratanga in promising the tribes full authority over their lands and taonga, resources, cultural practices, and our language. Article 3 deals with rights and equality, granting both partners tangata whenua Māori and tangata tiriti, Pākehā and all others who wish to make Aotearoa their home. Equal rights in Aotearoa, New Zealand. Principles of the Treaty of Waitangi, the 3 Ps: partnership, participation and protection. Partnership, working together, being able to agree that this is a 50-50 partnership, finding that balance. As we see it, we have never received a partnership of 50-50. If it has to be measured, we are pretty sure the scales will shift 20-80. You need strong engagement and better relationships with Māori community. Having a strong voice when interacting with Māori taonga. If this means equal Māori representatives to sit on this board or trust, then so be it. It's about fair, honest and equal decision making. It has always seemed to be one-sided within the system. It is not about having any Māori to sit as a representative on a board or trust. It's about having the right Māori to sit as a representative for their Māori community. Participation. A stronger emphasis is needed on Māori involvement in all spectrums that affect Māori, especially in the processes of decision-making, planning and development. Work to strengthen the partnership so we can work together to fulfil our dreams, needs and aspirations for our future generations and our community. Not feeling and very rarely have felt welcome in the system of today, have received nothing but token gestures. We are still being dictated to, and protection. As trustees of Tākita Marae, we as parents and as grandparents, we stand protectively over the tikanga and kawa of our marae. Mātauranga Māori, our interests, our values, our taonga, our future generations, our elders, our community and our environment, such as our awa, our airspace and our whenua. For myself, I am a kaiwhakaako o te reo Māori, therefore I am very protective of te reo Māori, especially when non-Māori use my taonga incorrectly. An example, Resource Management Act 1991, Part 1, Interpretation and Application. Kaitiakitanga means the exercise of guardianship by the tangata whenua of an area in accordance with tikanga Māori in relation to natural and biological resources and includes the ethics of stewardship. Yes, kaitiakitanga is an exercise of guardianship, but it is more. It is a forever living, breathing and changing and adapting alongside the kaupapa, be it people, waterways, whenua. It is a relationship that Māori have, a strong connection to our physical, tangible, or our spiritual, intangible realms. I realise that non-Māori do not see the world as Māori do. Our environment, our taonga, are not just assets. They are blessings that have been handed down through the generations. If this was 180 years ago, it would be my great-great-grandfather standing here protecting our taonga, as I do today. Kaitiakitanga is also about balance, a balance of equality, a balance of 50-50. We as the trustees of... my issue with the use of kupu Māori is using it incorrectly. For example, kaitiakitanga within the Resource Management Act 1991. It is watered down to mean stewardship. Our rights as Māori, as kaitiakitanga, are accountable to others who really have no idea. We also seek the removal of the word stewardship from the Resource Management Act, as it does not encompass the notion of partnership or collective participation. Therefore, yes, for all the reasons mentioned, we support the establishment of Māori constituencies for Hawke's Bay Regional Council. No reira, e hara taku tō I te tō takitahi, engari he tō takitini. Ne reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa.
Thank you, Matiwai. We have time for one question.
One question, okay.
They're all in awe here. They're all in awe and they're waiting. So we don't have a question, so we will move on to Alice. Is Alice there with you?
Yes, she is.
Oh, well, could we have her, please?
Yes.
Thank you very much. That was wonderful.
Tēnā koe matu.
Thank you. Hi, Alice.
Tēnā, hi, tēnā koutou. Well, you know that I'm Alice. Okay. I say yes to the Māori constituency. Ngāi te rākatoa is my hapu and my tipuna, and we hail in Māhia. Rākatoa was an environmentalist, it was our tipuna, and our responsibility to carry on has been handed down to us. Therefore, we are required to enable us to exercise our tino Rangatiratanga. The decisions that are made by the councillors are impacting on our future generations, our mokopuna. So we need to be there sitting with you to make the fair and right decisions. The Treaty of Waitangi is a living document and needs to be adhered to, with reference to Article 2 in my case. So basically that's it, because you've heard all about the treaty from the other submitters, and also the urgency on you guys getting educated in that. So, you know, I'm not going to go on with the Treaty of Waitangi. I'm just going to highlight a couple of real concerns for us, because we live down Kawaito Road, and our pippies in Oraka are being suffocated from the silt piled up, so that needs to be addressed because we can't even eat them. So there's that, and the mahinga kai and the employment of our local fishermen in Māhia. who are tangata whenua is under threat from the establishment of Rocket Lab on our whenua. So I don't know whether you have much to do with that. However, I'm highlighting that because it's across the board. So maybe you'll help us in looking at the establishment of the Rocket Lab somehow. So that's all I have to say, really.
Thank you, Alice. Any questions for Alice?
They better be good ones.
I have a question. How is Rocket Lab affecting things in Mahia?
Rocket Lab is sitting on the edge of the peninsula, right? That's number one. So it naturally, when they send off, first of all, they're going to steal our water. Secondly, they're going to pollute the sea, and that's where we're concerned about the guys that go pro fishing. My brother's one of them. That's the one of them. And then there's the relationship between Rocket Lab and what's going on with America to do with the nuclear stuff that they're into. So, it's not fair. They've not listened to us, but we're going to go hard to try and get rid of them. Also, Waikawa belongs to us, to the Māori owners in Waikawa. Now, with Waikawa, they've spent $3 million, this is dog, on birds and brought them over to the island. So we just cannot understand the reasoning with that when we could have used that $3 million to build our papakainga. So, it's not fair. I'm a grassroots person, by the way, and I'm speaking from the ground. Rocket Lab is not good.
Okay. Appreciate your thoughts. Any other questions from councillors? If not, thank you very much, Alice.
Kia ora.
Now, Katarina, you're next on our list.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Katarina, before you start, when we're finished with all of the whānau in there, we're expecting a wonderful waira waitea from all you guys. Don't look at me like that. Right, the floor is yours. Whenever you're ready.
Trick or treat. Trickster. The undisturbed possessions of Māori lands, forests, fisheries and taonga. Polyfunk represent Rangatiratanga Polynesia. Pay respect, pay reference to all our ancestors, rooted to the land of the long white cloud. Aotearoa Papatua Nukushi Camp, it's my proud attitude. Progressive fuel injects sister star water. Ori. But forever homie, I'm voodoo child. Tap my rhythms, flex my wrists, free from tension. Coordination, haka hand, seek precision, check the All Blacks. Will I die? Will I live? Hey! Free from the pits of the sweet kumara. Because we fought the soldier enemy in full. Or Jenny Shipley of the time, Jim Bolger, all the rest of the prime ministers. Because we'll never forget the Treaty 1840. Victoria in the crown. You sure made your people proud. As for the Māori people, we never sold out. Sold out, sold out, sold out, sold out. Echo, 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 echo. Ko whakapūnake manga. Te whakapūnake a te mātou, a Māui, tiki tiki a tā ranga. Ko te wairo, ho pupu, ho ningi, mā tangi rau wairo tā pakorau, te awa. Ko hangaroa, ka rua ki turi, ko waiau, ko wai kare tāheke, ko mangaruhe, nā awa katoa, nā tributaries. I te rohi o te wairo, nā hapu, nā kāhui. Hoki ki nā iwi o Ngāti Kahungunu. Tēnei te mihi atu ki a koutou. This submission's for our people. I represent not only Ngāi Tamatarangi, Hina Manuhiri, but Ngāti Kahungunu, ki te Wairoa. My submission is basically as it reads, but what I would like to show you today via this PowerPoint is a PowerPoint. I hope I can share this with you. Or maybe email to you. It's about the Māori constituencies. It's a consultation report. On behalf of the Wairoa Awa Restoration as well. I have a presentation here to share, and it's just showing all the people, just how we consulted with our people. So we were able to actually perform a lot of live streams, and we jumped out of our comfort zone really to consult with our people. Ngā mihi whānau. So here's a quick run through of the Wairoa Awa Restoration Project, who exist to retain and restore and maintain the Māori of our awa. I hope you can see this, but this is basically the pānui that the Regional Council put out. On the 29th of March, the Tai Whenua of Te Wairoa hosted. Well, it was at the Wairoa Waikaremoana Trust Board on the 29th. We had a live stream that night. And today all I want to show you is what our Facebook page statistics were showing us. This is of the day. On the day of the 29th, we reached 4,105 people with comments up to 36 and 19 shares, and engaged over 942 people. That was on the first day, just to get people to the hui. Okay, and so this is the shot of our live link that we posted onto our webpage, and we reached 2,389 people on that very night and had 286 engagements. Not bad for the first night. And so we carried on with our live streams and just basically do what we do and love. We love to walk, we love to observe our environment, our taiao or awa, just to see what we're protecting our resources. So we would go down to the awa and give a bit of a post, encourage people to join our page and to check us out. As you can see with these stats, we reached 75,000 people in those dates. But I'm just going to move on a little bit more. Ruataniwha Marae was one of the first marae to put their submission in on the 31st. And that post reached over 1,173. So you can see that a lot of our marae were actually pumped by seeing the first marae put their submission in. So we put out a wero. So there's Michelle and I. We just finished attending the Hawke's Bay Regional Council Māori Committee. So we stopped off at Mohaka River, as we do, and we thought, oh, why don't we give our friend Teresa Thornton a call and get a bit of an update on what's happening in Mohaka. So that little post reached over 492 people with 21 engagements. The next post here is at the Papakainga in Mohaka Raupunga. So Teresa took us for a tour of 4 papakainga that were there. Amazing. We went inside and out, and our posts that day and over the next few days reached over 58,064 people with heaps of engagement. Look at it, 10,000 people engaged with our post, 171 comments and 151 shares. Right now, as I speak, that's gone way over 80,000. So we carry on doing our consultation and give thanks to all our people who attend and listen to our kōrero. So daily we're having average 600 people and engaging. You can see down below, engaging. Of course, we try and get out to our rohe, so we went down to Frasertown, out to Frasertown. And we're on the Frasertown Bridge. At the same time we were making this post, our mayor of Wairoa was passing by. He gave us a big toot. Anyway, while we were there, we observed the fish, the mullet or waikanai that was down in the awa. And just looking at the poor erosion and paying reference to Ngāti Mihi, to our whānau up Marumaru, and also to our whānau in the village at Te Kapu, Frasertown. So that post in Frasertown reached 5,000, over 5,000 people with engagement, 770 people. That was just it was only a couple of, look at that, it's the 12th then, that was 2 weeks later. Then we're back at the Tai Whenua, updating, we've written up all our strategy, over 40 marae, Māori businesses, community businesses, individuals. So on this day, on the 13th, we reached over 3,500 people. And I must say the engagement's still there, strong, over 700 engagement sessions. On the 14th, just carrying on, it gets infectious after a while when you get so much feedback, so we just continue to reach out to our people. We knew that the Māori Council was visiting Wairoa, so we purposely went to Takitumi Marae to tautoko Takitimu, and but also to draw people's attention that we will be hosting the Māori Council to talk about water issues and the reforms of the RMA. That very post attracted 1,000 people, and that was awesome. Okay, and then the following day, back down the awa again. Every day's a taiao day for us, and so our post that day was just under 500. In total, before we even opened our page, well, we were down in the 600 levels, and during this whole time, you could see we have 1,427 followers, more than the Hawke's Bay biodiversity, I must say. Sorry about that. Marae submissions. Out of our 40 marae, here are our heroes and heroines. E te Peti Tauranga, Aranui, Arimawha, Ramotuarua, Ruataniwha, Hinamihi, Takitumu, Taihoa, Kihitu, Kotahitanga, Te Huki, Te Rakatua, and Putahi. And I know the others are really there with us. And if they didn't put one in for the marae, they definitely put one in as an individual. So give thanks to our marae and just know that we definitely do have the total support of our marae. So our final tally post reached 1,256 people with 350 engagements. And it's just really always a thank you. It was the day that we unfortunately buried our relation, Rihari Puanaki, and sent him off as a rangatira should be. So myself, Michelle and Huia Huata got together with Nigel, and we're fighting over chocolate fish to see who had the most engagement and the most submissions. But basically, we all won. Huia, Michelle. So we shared the fish. We're not going to fight over chocolate fish. Anyway, just to let you know, that's why we do it. We love it. We do this. We volunteer to do this mahi. We love it so much. So here's some stats. We reached over 75,000 people. Look at the engagements, 21,000 engagements, up 4,000%. Page likes, up 7,000%. We spent our time a lot around the Tai Whenua. We just took it over like it was our house. Well, it is. It's all of our house. It belongs to everyone here in Ngāti Kahungunu. So feel free to drop in any time, 3 Bridge Street, right by the awa, Wairoa. And just a little disclaimer is that We won't tolerate trolls on our page. And the Wairoawa restoration has evolved from the concern for our awa. We marched, we have protested, we have challenged, we have put in submissions, we have had an environmental hearing, and we're not going to stop. So this tile unit that we want and we're trying to push it, we're going to make it happen. We will make it happen. So because this is where awa's where mokopuna, the 7 generations, like our whanaunga said before earlier on, the wairoho, pupu, ningi ningi, mātangirau, it's our kaupapa, and it creates awareness amongst ourselves in the way we are engaging with our people through our social media. And when we're not using social media, we're out there in the public. So these are our stats for the month 25 March to 21 April 2021. And finally, at Takitumi, when we hosted Donna Hall and the Māori Council, our organisation, WARP, put a question to Donna Hall: is Māori Constituencies a treaty-based decision? And this is her answer. Look, I've got it in recording, I got her saying it, and this is the quote. Yes, that's correct. Māori Constituencies is a treaty-based decision. That was the day, I marked the date at Takitumi Marae. And that's my submission. Mauri hiki tia, mauri hapainga, mauri ora ki te whai ao, tuturu kia whakamaua, kia tīna, te pami e hui e, ai e.
Thank you, Katerina. We went slightly over our time, so we probably don't have time for questions because we've got, and we do all really appreciate the work that you and Michelle do there in Wairoa, doing a fantastic job. Really appreciate it. Diane, I see her in the background there. Can we have her on now?
Diane?
Did I see her in the background?
Wai ora. Susan.
Wai ora. Ko whai ora.
Wai ora.
Te kodea whai ora.
Adrian?
Kia ora. Thank you very much. Mauri ora.
Who are we having?
Adrian Manuel.
We're having Adrian. Oh, that's...
And that's wai ora.
Welcome, Wairoa. So you have 10 minutes, and you can use the 10 minutes however way you like for your submission. If you want questions from councillors, then it has to be within that 10-minute slot. So very big welcome to you, and the floor is yours.
Kia ora koutou, whai ora mai Donald aho. My option to the Maori constituency is yes, and I am also a member of the Wairoawa Restoration Project, and I'm the one that grows the native trees to plant along the riverbanks and streams. Right. Now that we are well and truly into the 21st century, and we're all concerned about our environment and what effect it's having on our ecosystem, we should be taking this opportunity to sit down at the council table as true treaty partners. We, the tangata whenua, have so many issues to deal with. Our lake has been in trouble for years, filling up with sediment and nitrates, rivers and streams polluted, drying up and running at a trickle. Our urapa are at risk from soil erosion, and the Wairoa River bar, when blocked, is left far too long before it is opened. During that time, we have daily discharges from the Wairoa District Council wastewater and AFCO, this creating a toxic mix. We've always used our river for recreational purposes, for example, fishing, wakaama, skiing, fishing and yachting. And with no sign of improvement in the condition of the water, our cultural tradition of practising mahinga kai is at risk. We are all doing our bit to improve the environment. With our rangatahi and our tamariki cleaning the drains, we're also planting natives along the banks of the rivers and streams to help stem the soil erosion. Over the years, we've had the odd one or two Maori councillors elected. Now, if they were out in the community engaging with the people that voted them in, this includes tangata whenua,
they would be aware of the issues we have. Also, over the years, past and present, councillors have made decisions that have had a big impact on the lives of the tangata whenua. One being the drying up of stream at Bridge Pa, where the hapu are unable to practice their mahinga kai, a cultural tradition which comes under the Treaty of Waitangi. I think that could be a breach. I represented my takiwā on the Waira District Maori Council, Maori Standing Committee, and I know how important it was to go to marae gatherings and meetings to talk about the issues of that our people had. And it was satisfying when the take they had was addressed. But it must be frustrating when you sit with the council at their meetings and you can't vote on the important decisions being made. We need to build a bridge, and the only way to start is by allowing us to have Maori constituencies and to give them voting rights at the table. We are not asking for too much, just the opportunity to sit with you, to be making those important decisions with you. We're only 19 years away from the bicentennial of the signing of that famous partnership agreement, the Treaty of Waitangi. So my husband and I have bought a bottle of Mission Sauv Blanc to celebrate the yes vote on the 19th of May. Don't disappoint, as I'm looking forward to that drink. Kia ora.
Kia ora, waira.
It's Whaiora actually.
Do we have any questions for Waira? Yes, Will?
Kia ora there, thanks for that submission. Your submission and plenty others before you have talked about the state of the environment and what's happened over the years. You mentioned the Wairau District Council discharge AFCO, so I believe the District Council up there does have Māori seats and a good Māori representation, so could you just talk to how that is changing the or addressing those discharges in the river in that town?
Well, actually they're still working on that, so we haven't had a decision made yet about what they're going to be doing. But I don't actually belong to the Wairau District Council Maori Standing Committee now, so I really don't know what their decisions are and how they're actually working with it.
Well, I think the nub of Will's question is Wairau's been well advanced on the Māori constituencies for a long time. Has it made a difference in your view?
Yes, well, while I was there it made a difference because I made sure it made a difference. Because you have got to have the right person in a position to be doing the work for the Māori people.
Okay, thank you.
I'll just add.
Oh, by the way, I can't sing, so I can't give you a waiata.
You can sing.
Please give me the yes vote because I need that.
Susie, so one of the councillors for the Māori wards is in a room just next door to there. She works for the Tai Whenua. So if we have an issue, poor old Danica gets it because we walk straight into the office and talk to her about it. So yeah, there's that. We're able to go to them like that and come from a Māori perspective.
Mm. And what was the other one? I was actually going to ask. Oh yes, I am on the general roll, but I will be changing to the Maori roll so I can actually vote for my constituency. Okay.
Anyway.
So, kia ora. So, hey, I just want to mahi to you for all the mahi that you do with growing natives as a fellow native tree grower, and I think, you know, we welcome Michelle into our whare to look at our nursery, and I suppose that's how things started for you, eh? And so I you know, you are a kaitiaki and you're doing the mahi, so I just mahi to you. But in terms of what you're saying, being on the general roll and wanting to go onto the Māori roll, so you can vote that way if there's Māori constituencies established. Are you okay that that can't happen till 2024, which is legally when you can change roles?
Yeah, but the rest of my family are on the Maori roll, so they were doing the right thing by actually voting for the Maori constituencies. So my vote can wait until then. So,
Kia ora.
yeah.
Okay, thank you very much for your verbal submission, and I think most of us around this table hope that you are going to get those wine glasses out.
Thank you. I'd appreciate that.
Now,
something needs to go inside it.
she's got that already. Is Adrian with you?
He's in Napier at the moment, I think, isn't he?
Ah.
He's in Napier.
He said he was going to Zoom, but he might be coming in. So we've done, Katarina, have we done everybody in the room that was on the list? Everything's covered?
That's correct, with the apologies from Peter Wairo.
Okay.
What about Tui and Leona?
Leona's
I
coming in, I
don't
believe.
have Tui Beecham here either.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, and we wait with patience for the waiter.
Should we do a water girl?
Te pai o te motu, o nā te kaununu, te kupu whakari. Te reo o taki te mukina o petu arangi, haere mai ra, haere mai. Wairo pupu, o nenga nenga mātawiro, wairo tā pokoro, ngā kupu whakari. Te reo o taki te mukina o petu arangi, haere mai ra, haere mai. Haere mai ra, haere mai. Tā herua tōre whakasio e!
Well, thank you to the team in Wairo, and thank you for all the work that you do voluntarily. You are going to make a difference, there's no doubt about it. So once again, thanks, and thanks for participating in our submission process.
You're welcome. Ngā mihi, wata osalas now. Ka kite.
All right. And councillors, I think since we haven't got anyone else here, we might break for lunch. We're back at 1:30. Sorry? Yeah, I imagine so.
Served by James yesterday. Sorry? Served by James like yesterday. Coffee was a bit average.
I like my cup of tea.
No comment.
My cup of tea was lovely.
do you mind stepping up to the plate? I know it's not quite your time, but take some deep breaths and since you're here.
He can sit with you.
Yeah, you can both come up. If you both come up, you've got 20 minutes.
30. Caudry's coming too.
Oh, well, he'll have to be separate if he's not here.
Well, when he gets here...
He gets another 10.
Wait, no, he's here.
Oh, is he?
Building.
Do you want to do it together, or do you want to do it separately?
Yeah, we'll do it all together. And like our other brother, Rana, he couldn't get on the Zoom yesterday.
Yeah.
And
Or today.
He couldn't come today. He's in charge of our kura at the moment. So if we've got enough time,
Yeah, well, if he...
it's okay if I could do his submission.
Yeah, no, you can. That gives you an extra 10. So that...
Oh, so there's
that's
40 minutes.
It is.
Hopefully you're doing your maths right.
But I don't think I'm going to take that long.
Okay.
Take
No,
your
those
time.
are the maths. They're all listed individually, and they all got
sure.
10 minutes individually. So if they do it together, that's the
Letting it
time.
slip a little bit this morning, Mr.
Well, we'll just wait for Caudry to arrive. He's
Okay.
just over there.
Can we just get confirmation?
And sorry, I'm talking. I know I'm talking quite loud. I can't help it. I'm a bit tooty in this ear.
All right. That's fine.
And a bit blind too.
Oh, shucks, yeah.
What are you, Wee? You're something.
Oh, no, I need one too. Want to borrow mine? I'll go to. Oh. It's a 2. See if it works. I decided. Big, I saw that print. Yeah.
I had to do the same, brother.
I thought only one eye worked on those glasses.
Very nice of you, Mr. Foss. By the way, there's some piece of metal in the car park that doesn't really belong there, you know? Can you park it on the street somewhere?
Very carbon efficient.
Actually, you could park it in my garage, actually.
I've got one next door. Same response.
You know all those cones that were out there yesterday? So I left before you, there's a few of us here. There were about 5 cones out there.
You're going to put
and your car was there. And I actually put 3 of them around your car. Nah, better not. It's been a long day, so I wouldn't move them.
I was so dumb I would probably run over them.
But this morning there was one and he actually went out, got out of his car and moved it.
Big print.
That's what we all had to do, right?
No, well, I didn't actually. Michelle came along and moved my cone.
Oh, yeah, on my way. I was on my way.
She walked right in front of me and I was
Partly on purpose. Get him out of his comfort seat.
Don't let them take my car, Rick.
Oh, we're live. Oh, we're live, team. We're live, team. So we're waiting for Caudry to come in.
Stop talking about all this.
Yeah, I've got mine.
You want an Uber?
What's a drag?
No worries.
The confidence dripping off him. Ooh.
Now, Caudry, whilst you were out, your whānau were making decisions on your behalf, and what they decided to do was your other brother hasn't been able to come, so Hoya is going to give his submission. So if you do it together, you can all speak separately. You actually have a total time of 40 minutes allocated to you. So how do you want to start?
Oldest to the youngest.
Oh, well,
I'm not
that's
the oldest. No, it's in terms of mana wahine, yeah.
E tika na māku e tīmata nā te mea, kei te kia te kua au te tuakana, nei tau kātai ko te tuatai he mehe atu ki a koutou, e kia na te kōra, ko te amarangi ki mua, ko te hāpai o ki muri te tūturu takamahi poro o te Māori mana motuhaki. Nā reira ka mihi ki a koutou te tēpu nei, te ka kai whakaronga, he whakaronga ki ka take ka puta mai ki rungi te tēpu. He mihi tō tēnā, he mihi rau aroha no Gāti rāhungi te rangi, gāti pōporo, gāti pahu, gāti pauwhare kura. Tāpiri atu ki aua rā, he uri mātou
tō te taiwhiro here tauga, o te taiwhiro tamate, o te taiwhiro o te wairo, o te taiwhiro o te iwi o Ngāti Pāhauera, o te taiwhiro o te wairo. Tāpira atu ki reira rā, he uri mātou no Ngāti, Roko mai wahine, o gai tūhoi, gai rua pani hoki. Nā reira ngā mihi kia kouta, ka tino te pēnei te kātai ka huri atu ki taku tuahine, māre kōrero ngā kōrero pāre ki tōku tuakana, whai atu ki tēnā ko ana kōrero, tēnā ko au, tēnā ko taku tainu kōrero.
Kia ora tō kōrero.
Karatangi wai aroha rā mō ka rewa rewa. Kei hea ke wai. Pupu ake ngā wai o taka parata. Te pū toto wahi aua o te atua. E rere ngā wai o aku ka mō. Mo te hine repo ka rewa rewa. Tēnā koutou katoa ngā mema o te kaunihera rohe o te matawa Māori e hui hui mai nei i te ahi ahi. Ko te amorangi ki mua ko te hāpai o ki muri, te tūturutanga mahi pono o te mana Māori motuhake. He mango pare amohia o te wakatapu tā ki te mu. I te taha o tōku māma, mangaro ki te rangi, mangaro ki te whenua, ko mangaro te marae, ko ka rewa rewa te waiu, ko takaparata te taniwha, ko kahurānaki me te mata o rongo kako ngā maunga, ko ngaruroro te awa. Ko Ngāti rāhunga i te rangi, Ngāti pōporo, Ngāti pāhu me Ngāti pāhauera ngā hapu. O aroha mai, me Ngāti pauwhare kura ngā hapu. I te taha o tōku pāpā, rāmoto kiriara, rāmoto kiriara. Te poho rākai hākeke Māori ora ki te rangi. Te poho rākai hākeke Māori ora ki te whenua. Ko te wairoa hō pūpū hō nenge nenge mātangi rau te awa. Ko whakapuna ke te maunga. Ko Ngāti mihi, Ngāi tama te rangi, Ngāti hinganga, Ngāti mākoro, Ngāti hine te rā, Ngāi tāne, Ngāti kape kape, Ngāti pāhauera ngā hapu. E rere te huata hopu kia, e rere te mānuka tomo kia. Tihei kahungunu. First, I want to acknowledge all the submitters who have supported Māori constituencies over the last 2 days. My name is Huia Libia Huata Huata, and today I would like to speak to my submission. I have lived most of my life amongst the nurturing and close-knit community of my mother's people of Bridge Pa. We are all related and are able to trace our whakapapa back to time immemorial from Io nui, io ro, io te mataho, io taketake, io wānanga, io tiki tiki i te rangi. Down through the eons to Tamate Ariki Nui, down to Kahungunu, the eponymous ancestor of Ngāti Kahungunu tribe, and so forth, down to Rahunga i te rangi the first, and Rahunga i te rangi the second, which our hapu derives its name. Bridge Pa is a special place for my people. Our tipuna Mata Te Whare Mata refused to vacate this area after returning from slavery in the 1860s, where most of the land of the Heretaunga Plains was fraudulently acquired by the Crown and Pākehā settlers. Similar history occurred in the Wairoa district where my father's people are from. Unfortunately, this is the sad backdrop which Māori all over Aotearoa have suffered at the hands of colonial oppressors. It is sad because it has left Māori, the indigenous people, the first people of these lands, a minority peoples in our own country having to fight for everything, including the right to be represented at the decision-making tables of power at the national, regional and local government levels. This is why I support Māori constituencies. I support Māori to have a voice at the decision-making table of the Hawke's Bay Regional Council. The whānau and hapu of Māngaroa Marae are sick and tired of the lies and deceit of the Hawke's Bay Regional Council. We're frustrated, angry, hurt at the decisions you've made that have affected our community. We remember in 2008 when our community ran out of water. We remember what the flow of the water in the Parituakarewa Awa looked like then. And you know what it looks like today because you just visited our marae recently. Only a couple of kilometres up the road from our community is Mr. Mike Glazebrook's properties. In 2008, he showed a group of the whānau around his properties. Then he had 2 lakes. I mean, who gave him the consent to construct those 2 lakes? That's right, you did, Hawke's Bay Regional Council. Fast forward to 2021, he now has 4 lakes, I understand. And if you're talking to Hedda, she says 9. So who knows how many he's got up there. Point is, who gave him the consents to construct a further 2 lakes? Again, yes, you did, Hawke's Bay Regional Council. 3 weeks ago, you came to our marae, trying to impress us with your high-class science evidence, your flash PowerPoint presentation of the solution to fix up the no water in our awa for the past 12 months now. Your solution is to increase Mike Glazebrook's water take, setting him up as a water baron. We're sick of it. You know, Rex, I don't know how many times we've been standing out there protesting about the awa, about the waters. We're getting ripped off big time, and you know it. All of you know it, because we've been there that many times. I'm telling you, the decisions you have been making are stupid, corrupt and insidious. Who allows one of the main rivers of the Heretaunga Plains to be siphoned onto someone's private property? The Ngaruroro River is looking like a drain, for Pete's sake. Our people don't have faith in your decision-making abilities. To our Wairoa whānau, watch out that the Hawke's Bay Regional Council don't turn the Wairoa awa into a drain and suck the life out of it. The Wairoa River is the jewel of Wairoa. Hold on to that taonga and preserve it for all future generations. If on the 19th of May you don't have the courage and fortitude to make the right decision by Māori, I certainly hope the Minister of Local Government overturns your decision and replaces you with the Commissioner. Kia ora.
Would you like us to hold all the questions till
Yes.
everyone's spoken? Okay. Would you like to?
So I'll just read Rana's now.
Oh, Rana's. Do Rana's first. Okay. Thank you.
So Rana is our, like Caudry said, he's our tuakana, and he's also the chairman of our marae in Wairoa. And I'd just like to say that there were at least 10 submissions that were submitted from our whānau of Rāmoto Kiriara Marae. Oh, actually there was 11 with Hira. Tēnā koutou. Ko whakapuna ki te maunga, ko te Wairoa ho pūpū ho ningi mātangi rau te awa. Rāmoto Kiriara, Rāmoto Kiriara. Te poho rā kai hākeke Maori ora ki te rangi. Te poho rā kai hākeke Maori ora ki te whenua. E rere te huata hopukia, e rere te mānuka tomokia. Ko Ngāti Mihi, Ngāi Tamaterangi, Ngāti Hinganga, Ngāti Mākoro, Ngāti Parero o ku hapu. Ko Ngāti Kahungunu te iwi, ko Tāki Timu te waka, tihei Māori ora. On behalf of Rāmoto Kiriara, I am lodging this submission in support of Māori constituencies to the Hawke's Bay Regional Council. There are approximately 2,500 whānau members who whakapapa through our tipuna, Reverend Tāmihana Huata, and connect to Rāmoto Kiriara. The original name of the lands of Rāmoto is Taupara. This year our tipuna will be 200 years old. There is no doubt during his lifetime, his son, the late Reverend Hemi Pītiti Huata's lifetime, my grandfather and his siblings' time, my father and his siblings and cousins' times, and now my generation and the next generation down from me to my mukapuna's generation, there has been extreme changes in the environment and the waterways in the Wairoa district, as well as across the entire Hawke's Bay region. I can recall as a young lad my grandfather taking my brothers and I eeling in the creeks behind his home in Rāmoto. Then the eels were plentiful and fat. Today it's not like that anymore. I also remember crossing over from the Rāmoto side of the Wairoa River to Pakawai, where a couple of my nannies lived. Then we would play down at the river with my cousins, always being supervised by my aunties and uncles. That was 50 years ago. I have definitely seen the change in the quality of the water of the Wairoa River. It has certainly got worse. Having Māori constituencies represented on the Hawke's Bay Regional Council will give acknowledgement and recognition of the partnership under Te Tiriti o Waitangi, the founding document of our country. Within this recognition and acknowledgement could lead to better understanding, acceptance and inclusion of the Māori worldview and mātauranga Māori. I believe Hawke's Bay Regional Council will benefit enormously. I believe Hawke's Bay Regional Council will benefit enormously by having an open and inclusive representation of their treaty partner. Ngā mihi Rāna Huata Chairman. Kia ora.
Kia ora. Caudry.
A tēnā koe te mangaro ki te rangi, mangaro ki te whenua, o kahurāna ki te maunga, ko te matorongo kako te maunga, o ngaruromo ko tuararo te awa, ko ka rewa te mangaroa, ko takaparata te taniwha, ko Ngāti Rāhunga, te rangi, Ngāti Pōporo, Ngāti Pahu, Ngāti Pauwhare Kura Kuhapu, ko Ngāti Kahungunu te iwi, ko tāki tumu te waka tihei kahungunu. I will speak to this submission on behalf of the whānau and hapu of Mangaro Marae. At the moment I am the chair of the Mangaro Marae Committee and the Mangaro Trustee Committee. We are the descendants of Rahungi Te Rangi and Mata Te Wharemata. My sister's given a brief call about Mata Te Wharemata and her oranga. She was captured in the battle at Pakake in the early 1820s. She was taken by two whareto. She was sold into Waikato, then she was sold into Ngāpui, and eventually she was repatriated by Mātinga Tukareaho. It was one of the signatories of the Treaty of Waitangi up in Wairoa area, but he signed the treaty at Muriwai. When she was married to his son Paora Pōmare, and he was the child that was born when Maukai was when Kaiuku was being attacked. He was a child on that pā at that time, and so that child was tomo to mai tipuna mata te whare mata, so ka puta mai te whānau Pōmare i roto i a mātou. When Paora Pōmare dies, she then marries mai tipun Paratene Manuwai, and from Paratene Manuwai ka heke mai mātou, ka puta mai tō rāua nei tamāhini a Taraipine Manuwai, ka moe a Taraipine Manuwai i hae tipuna, ko i hae tipuna no te wairo, no Ngāti Rākai Pāka, no Ngāti Rongo Mai Wahine, and so ka puta mai tō mātu nei tipuna, akarana tipuna. Now, ka mate a para tēne manuai, ka hoki mai a mātu te whare mata ki here taunga nei ki tōna ukaipo ki tana kāinga nei. So ka mōheo mātu, ka inoho ia ki pakake, engari, ko tana kāinga tūturu, ko te kāinga tūturu o tana pāpa no raukawa. I tauata mi te taimo o te āmiotanga, during the early 18th century where there was a lot of warfare going on, our tipunas moved from the Raukawa area down to Pakake as a sanctuary. And so when she comes back, our tipuna māti te wharamau from Wairo, she comes back to Heretaunga, and she first goes to live with a ruahape with her nephew, Karaitiana Takamoana. And Karaitiana Takamoana says, Auntie, you go and live over in Pakipaki in our lands. And from Pakipaki, she's going to her first cousin, and his name was Hoani Waikato. He signed the treaty during that period. That's her first cousin. And he says, cousin, no, you go up to our lands up Marae Kākoho. So she goes up there and lives. And then she gets there to find out that those lands have been sold. And McLean says, and so she just moves down to Bridgepa. And from Bridgepa, those lands had also been sold. But we know that her brother, Ihaka Kāpo, did not support any land sales in the Heretaunga area. And he, in the 1860s, during the 1873 Lands Commission, the Lands Alienation Commission, he makes that quite clear that he was against those land sales. And so, as a result of our tipuna mātu te whare mata living in that area, she refuses to move. It had been sold. We know that. But it was her land, her siblings refused to sell, her tipunas didn't sell. And so that's how we get there. We end up getting there on squatters' rights. But what we know is that we're not supposed to be left landless. You're not supposed to be. Everyone is supposed to be entitled to some sort of land. Our tipuna, that's the only whenua that she ends up with, along with every other person who becomes landless. And from with our story of our kōrero, she gets to the land and it comes down through our generations. When it gets to my mum and her brothers and sisters become orphans. And when it hits the land court, my mum is now discounted. Any land that we hold in Bridgepa, we have purchased. It's not whenua tipuna. And so that in lots of ways, we get angry at the decisions that are being made and whoever represents us. So I'm just hoki atu. Rahungi te rangi, rahungi te rua preceded the signing of the Treaty of Waitangi in 1840 by 5 and 2 generations respectively. Whilst Whare Mata lived through the period of turmoil of the land alienation in the 1840s to the 1890s, during this period, Mātu Te Whare Mata and many of her contemporaries were enslaved and traded. I've talked to that bit, so I'm going to skip that. We support the establishment of Māori constituencies to the Hawke's Bay Regional Council for the following reasons. As tangata whenua, mana whenua, we are the Crown Treaty partners. Under the Treaty of Waitangi, we did not cede our rights to ngā taonga tuku iho. Therefore, any decisions made by Crown and their delegated authorities need to include tangata whenua, mana whenua, in a meaningful and honourable way. As a treaty partners, it needs to be based on honour, respect, equity, fairness, and aroha. At the Mangaro Marae Committee meeting, March meeting, the whānau moved a motion to lodge as many submissions in support of Māori constituency. I understand the Mangaro rate of lodging submissions is around about 26% of those who lodge votes come from Mangaro whānau. That's what I understand it. I don't know, at the point of time when I've written the submission, there was 201 I was aware of. I understand it's now about 254. And For us in our community, it's about us being aware of our rights. It's about us being represented well. And so as a community, we try to make sure that our people are aware of their responsibility, because you can't just go write a submission and say, that's it. It demands an action. And so for us, the action is we want change. We want representatives sitting at the table that are going to represent us. I have a few solutions, and in terms of creating these wards, it could either be based on tai whenua. I'm looking at, is there going to be 6 seats at the table? Could there be 6? Could there be 5? What does it look like? Could it be a Wairo ward, a Whanganui Arotu board, a Heretanga board, a Tamatea ward? Could it be that? How do you fit in Waikato Moana? I understand that's in the mix. I expect there's a Te Haroto section in there. How do they get into this mix? Because that we all want, I believe that we all want the right to have our say and being able to be represented well. It could be another possible solution could be based on PSG entity settlements. For example, we've got Ngāti Kainga ki te Wairo, we've got Pāhauera, we've got Mana Ahuriri, we have the Ruapani yet to be sorted out. We know there's a bit of tūwhare in there. We know there's the Te Haroto people are in there, the Tamate and Heretanga. There's a whole lot of solutions. It can be managed. So it's about, again, it's about a treaty relationship. It's about, what does it look like? Is it a 50-50%? If the treaty is talking about I'm just trying to get some sort of logic in there. Is it a 50-50? What does a partnership mean? Does it mean you sit up here and me sit down there? No, it doesn't mean that. It's the partnership where people sit at the same level making those decisions. And so those are the types of things that we've been thinking about and coming up with some sort of solution. And the other part is, how equal are we? Are we equal? And what I understand, in terms of my understanding of the treaty, it is. It's not one where one sits above the other. So kia ora.
Kia ora.
Kia ora tātou.
The duck round this thing, we to see you.
Kia ora, Rex. Me te tumuaki Kraku James, e Ngāti Kahungunu whānui te rara kouta katoa. Ko mangaro tōku marae, ko rāhungi te rangi tōku hapu, ko takaparata te taniwha, ko paritua me te karewerua o ku awa, ko kahurānaki te maunga, ko tākitumu te waka, ko Ngāti Kahungunu te iwi, ko Bridgepā tōku tūranga waiwai. Ko wi hua ta tōku ingoa. I've lived most of my 60 years here in Ngāti Kahungunu. I'm really proud, fortunate and honoured to come from Bridgepā. I was raised in a hard-working labour family where our mother and father prioritised education for all of us, for all their children. All 5 of my brothers and sisters and I were sent to Māori private schools, St Stephen's, Te Aute College and Hukarere. All 6 of us then went on to complete degrees at various tertiary schools, Auckland University, Epsom Teachers Training College, University of Technology in Sydney, Eastern Institute of Technology, Te Wānanga o Raukawa and Te Wānanga o Awanuiarangi. It's the same commitment to education my wife and I have given to our children. They were sent to Te Kura Kaupapa Māori o Ngāti Kahungunu ki Heretaunga, St Joseph's Māori Girls in Taradale, Lindisfarne College, Woodford House, Iona, St Cuthbert's and Epsom Girls Grammar in Auckland. Our tamariki mokopuna have degrees in economics, accountancy, international business, arts, teaching, music and law. My mokopuna graduated last November at Air Hawke's Bay with a double diploma in aviation and as a flight instructor. Just last month, 3 of my brother and sister's children graduated with degrees from EIT. 2 of my nieces are currently studying for their doctorates. while other nephews and nieces have graduated with trades in carpentry, electrical, horticulture and viticulture. The next generation are all fluent in te reo Māori me ona tikanga. The obvious successful future for Māori is having a relevant qualification while never ever losing their native tongue and culture. I have a Bachelor of Arts degree, a Master of Project Management degree and a Diploma of Teaching. But like my parents, I too have chosen a career working the land. I'm a director of Taiao Estate, the only Māori wine producer here in Hawke's Bay. Bridgepath Produce, which is a horticulture and native nursery company. Pātaka Taiao is our consultancy company. Manaki Homes was formed earlier this year as a means of doing our bit to solve part of this housing crisis. Aotearoa Carbon Forestry Limited too was set up to support climate change from a Māori point of view and supports the Office of the Māori Climate Commission. And just recently, another company, Manaki Energy, was awarded a contract to provide solar equipment and fit out to homes across Hawke's Bay and the Bay of Plenty. For the past 3 years, I've chaired the Bridgepath 10-year community plan, which was funded by the Department of Internal Affairs and Hastings District Council. I represent Maori in a co-designed program called Paiheretia with the Department of Corrections in Hawke's Bay. I'm a trustee on numerous ahu whenua Māori land trusts. And just like my father once did and his ancestors before him, I too have inherited a love and passion for working the land. I'm committed to seeing Te Tiriti o Waitangi honoured and upheld. Māori wards. Let's not forget that for nearly 200 years, Ngāti Kahungunu whānau, more than any other people, generously shared our estates, our lands, our forests, our waters, and another tonga with the Pākehā settlers of Hawke's Bay. Ngāti Kahungunu partook in every world war, not of our making, for the purpose of playing our part to building a better future. Ngāti Kahungunu sacrificed their lives with more casualties than any other during World War II. Most of the officers from the 28th Māori Battalion came from Te Aute College, the land to which the college stands gifted by Te Whatu Apiti. It was my father, Colonel Awatere, my father-in-law, Colonel Awatere, who commanded the whole of the 28th Māori Battalion, one of just 2 soldiers who served the entire time of World War II. My namesake, Canon Wihuata, who served as Padre under Awatere's command, along with 8 of his brothers and first cousins from C Company. Let us keep reminding you of our forefathers' contributions to our country and to the citizens of Hawke's Bay, otherwise it becomes convenient for you to forget. Sadly though, our sharing of our estates and our goodwill to others has mostly been to our detriment. Number 1, it is only on Māori land where landlocked land exists. No legal access, no paper roads, the only access is to fly in. Your council has an important role to correct this injustice. Imagine if this happened to Pākehā landowners. The public outcry, the media frenzy, the political posturing, the anarchy from the lobby groups like Federated Farmers. Keeping Māori voiceless at your table simply buries the problem that only Māori landowners experience. Number 2, the Glasgow land leases, 999-year perpetual leases, the rentals set at unimproved values, became its own act of parliament in the late 19th century. Legislation like Glasgow continues to deny Ngāti Kahungunu today the chance to farm their land has only ever benefited the Pākehā tenants, McLean, Williams, and today the Brownwig families. These archaic leases that have served the privileged tenants since 1871 should be terminated immediately. 3, it is only on Māori land in places like Bridgepath that have been deliberately denied access to water, unlike the Pākehā landowners. More than 600 hectares of Māori arable land is denied access to water. I'm open to challenging Hawke's Bay Regional Council on their lack or poor engagement with Māori landowners. Rapist laws and skullduggery alike has occurred because for way too long there hasn't been any Māori voices at the Hawke's Bay Regional Council table to represent our views and to share our stories. I am clearly in favour of supporting Māori wards. Kia ora tātou.
Kia ora. Thank you to everyone. They were powerful submissions. So it's time now for councillors' questions. Oh, anyway, sorry, I didn't see you.
O tēnā koutou, te whānau no Mangaroa. Ko Hiniwai Ormsby ahau. He kai kaunihira ki tēnei kaunihira. So tēnei te mihi kia koutou. I think you were respected an answer to your pātai that you had matua, and that was around what does meaningful partnership look like, 50-50. And then you asked how would these wards look like, you know, and you referred to PSGEs and hapu base. That's ideally what would be the best model. But unfortunately, we're tied by the local electoral act that tell us if we want Māori seats, which is what we hear yesterday and today, is that we can only have 2. And we don't know what that arrangement's going to look like. So we're chained to these rules. But I know where you're coming from. That's been my concern the whole time, was what we have available on the table. So that's just an answer to your pātai. Yeah. And also within those 2 seats and this act that we have available to us, is that the rules say that you can be a New Zealander, Pākehā, Chinese, and stand and run in a Māori seat, in a Māori ward. And I don't like that. That doesn't sit well with me. It also means that our whānau who are on the general roll but want to vote for someone running in a Māori ward can't change roles until 2024, which means if we create these seats for 22, some of our Māori who are on the general roll can't switch over and vote that way. So there are so many thorns, there are so many negatives to this, but we have the opportunity to create these 2 positions. And I just want to respect where you're coming from because it's not perfect, but that's the arrangement and that's the possibility that we have here on our table. Kia ora.
Thank you, Hiniwai. That explained that well. Martin?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and kia ora koutou, and thank you for the whakaaro that you've shared today. In light of what Councillor Ormsby's just reflected back, can you just confirm whether or that you are still in favour of Māori constituencies, the fact that there are only 2? Is that's still the position?
Definitely, yeah.
What did you say?
Can you just confirm that you are still in
We
favour
are clearly for Māori constituencies.
Yes, regardless of the...
I'm not satisfied that that's all it looks like, but I'm still in favour of Māori constituencies. It's about getting some sort of common sense in there and what makes sense to it. You don't have to live by that rule. You just need to advocate for more spaces.
Right. I just wanted to clarify that was still the position, despite the negatives.
Very much so,
This opportunity comes with some fishhooks. And the second question I just wanted to ask, and I mean it with the absolute respect, would you allow, if I were to be asked, as I will be, by friends, members of the community who are Pākehā who don't understand this issue, when they say to me, so what's this about Māori seats? Why would they get special rights? If I ask them to click on the video of today's session and listen to your kōrero, would you allow me to share that with them?
Well, I like to think about it in terms of these sorts of racist laws are like landlocked.
Yeah.
Racist laws where for since the 19th century, you can continue to have the privilege of utilising Māori land at the rate at the unimproved value.
Yeah.
So that's clearly racist. So it's racist. It's a privileged position to be in. That sort of thing is, and when you compare it to the request for Māori wards, the Māori wards isn't a racist thing. To hold us back on these sort of benefits that that Pākehā citizens of Hawke's Bay continue to gain at the disadvantage of ourselves.
The racism cuts the other way. Yes, it's not the Māori wards that are racist. I understand. Thank you.
I think also it's the government is being instructive because councils are refusing to create the opportunity to get a treaty type relationship representation on the table. So they're being instructive. You're going to have to do this now. But you need to take a look just from ourselves as a community, what we need to create an environment that's going to be inclusive, recognising the treaty as a partner, as an honourable partner, because that's what you're not doing. You're waiting for someone with a big whip over the top of your head. You have to do this. You have the right to do it. You can create the environment, but you're refusing to do it. You're not being brave enough.
Thank you, Caudry. Any other questions? Neil?
Kia ora, Hui. I just wanted to explore a little bit more because I heard the koreo on representing or from really from the grassroots, from hapu base. I hear that message strongly, and I've heard it for a long time. However, we've got only 2 opportunities for representation, and that I'm interested to bring this change in, but we've still got some decisions to make. So can you help me with how you would structure that? My own view is that we would have one kahununu constituency right across, and the 2 would represent that rohi there. But have you got another view?
I do, and it's because you need to give that decision over to us. Let us sort that out as a Māori nation, and we will come up with a solution. But I know that we would be advocating for more seats at the table. I know that because Wairua want their own mana. Tamate want their own mana. Heretanga, we all want that same thing. But we know that if that's what the whare looks like, you know you can only have 2, but you know that's not a good whare. You know it.
I think that's been our conundrum for in this equation. It doesn't quite fit with what we really want.
So I think, you know, I'm challenging you guys to go back and fight for more seats rather than pushing us into a corner having to decide there's only 2. I mean, what's you know, push back 2. You're not pushing back. You're just saying this is what it is. That's it. Live by it. Work it out. Whatever. But I'm challenging you to go back there and advocate for more Māori seats. Have you even thought about that? I don't think you are thinking like that. And there's a reason why you're not even thinking like that. And you need to be honest with yourselves why you're not thinking like that.
I'm going to add that that although there's 2 on the table, that we've got to lock those 2 in first and foremost. These, it's not to say that these challenges aren't going to be ongoing, but lock those 2 in first and foremost, and then leave that decision for Ngāti Kahungunu Whānui to work out. For you to sit on the periphery and actually wave your wand over who gets invited to these meetings is unproductive. It just disregards that whole mana of Ngāti Kahungunu Whānui. So it's got to be, number 1, lock those 2 in. Number 2, enable Ngāti Kahungunu Whānui to kōrero.
And number 3, go and push for more. You know? Yeah, go and do it. Don't say, oh, I can't do it. It just shows me how weak of leadership you are if you're not even going to battle for us. Get in there and battle for us. You know, I'm getting too old like you, Rex,
That's
to wait for this to happen. We're running out of time. And you've got an opportunity to make the difference now.
It does happen around our RPC table, so it has been quite successful there with each one of the PSGs have a representative equal to the council. But anyway, we take on your point and really appreciate our 40 minutes was up, but it went real quick. It was a quick 40 minutes, and that's because you made it lively and that was a good thing to do.
Rich,
So,
hand out our submissions.
yeah, sure. So thank you very much. Thank you, Caudry. And thank you, Huia. Yeah, I know. See you, mate.
I've got someone I need to send this to.
Is it the same, Martin?
Yeah. Of course you did.
Yeah, yes or no?
No.
Welcome, Leona.
Kia ora, thank you.
You're from Wairua too.
Yes, I am.
You too.
Just give me one sec.
That road can't be that bad after all. Rex.
No.
A lot of logging trucks, so
Today was there.
I think I was behind like about 6 or 7 in a row.
Oh, no, that drives you
So
nuts.
thank goodness for the overpassing on the Devil's Elbow.
Okay, Leona, so submitters have 10 minutes each and the time belongs to you and you can use it how you wish if you want councillors. We have a little bit of latitude on those times because I think you could even be the last one if we'll see who turns up, but
Okay.
you're getting into the end of the day. So the floor is yours and tell us when you want to start.
Okay, I can start now. Ngā mahi nui kia koutou katoa, ko Leona Karoria taku wingawa no te Wairoa hau. I submitted my submission that I had put through online. Admittedly, it was still part in draft form, so I'll summarise around what I had done. Before I start, I just want to acknowledge my whānau that have passed, because I stand here today to represent each and every one of them, right back through our generations. So also too, before I start, I just want to acknowledge some rangatira that had helped to educate me and mentor me throughout the decades around what the value of our Māori culture are. And so I just want to acknowledge the late John Scott, Murray Hempel, Albert Walker, Pārai Christie, Dino Mehana, Sunny Whanga, my dad, Digger Karodia, and the many other koros and rangatira that helped to shape my thoughts and my perspectives around cultural values. I just want to say too is that growing up, I was born in 71, so by the time I reached around 20, I had never really heard of the Treaty of Waitangi. So for me it was foreign, and I was introduced to the words around the Treaty of Waitangi from a tauiwi colleague who I worked with in National Mutual in Wellington. And the conversation was really not a positive conversation because she was talking about how Māori were wanting this and they were wanting that, and if they weren't satisfied with what they had, then forget about the power and start wearing grass skirts. So, ashamedly, I didn't even know what the Treaty of Waitangi was about. So when I moved back home about a year or so later, I started working for a Wairoa Tai Whenua, hence my acknowledgement to all our rangatira who, as I said, they shaped me to understand what cultural values are. So I just want to continue on with my submission. Within my submission, I kind of talk about the challenges that I found when I was putting together my submission. And so I do want to talk about the legislative frameworks, because what I talk about is around the challenges that I felt going through this process of doing a simple submission. So I support the establishment of Māori constituencies for Hawke's Bay Regional Council, and I support the amendments of the Local Electoral Māori Wards and Constituencies Act 2021, enacted to remove the barriers to the establishment of Māori seats by local authorities. In support of why we need Māori seats, I'd also like to address those challenges that I just mentioned around completing this submission. Within the first two paragraphs, I see that there's acknowledgement to legislations, but then as I got through the booklet, I started to realise that there's so many inconsistencies in how the paragraphs were worded and how the paragraphs reflected and how the paragraphs were portrayed out to us to read those that information. And so when I think about the Amendment Act to the Local Election Māori Constituency Act, I actually really like it. I think it's an amazing piece of legislation that actually puts elevation in for Māori, and it removes the barriers, it removes opposition, it removes tension. But then, as I mentioned, coming back into here, while we're going through this process, if the Hawke's Bay Regional Council have already identified it in black and white that we have no dedicated Māori regional seats, and the council is not required to, but they can decide to establish constituencies as one way to give effect to Section 4. So looking at that, and I was thinking, well, while we go through this process, if the Hawke's Bay Regional Council already has the ability, and if our top executive have amended legislation to elevate Māori, then why has local authority challenged that direction and instead put in place barriers of disputation? And so looking through the legislation, in subpart 2 of the Local Government Act 2002, the role of local authorities in related matters, under 11B, is to perform the duties and exercise the rights conferred on it by or under this Act or any other enactment. That enactment comes into the Amendment Act. So my thoughts were, I should be reading documentation that's elevating me as Māori to want to go to my whanaunga, to want to run across the street and say, hey, look, this is really amazing, it's really unique, this is such a unique situation. When I think back to those rangatira, I drove them around for about 5, 6, 7 years going to Hui. I was also part of Te Runanga Nui o Ngāti Kahungunu, and I was the rangatahi chairperson. So at the age of 22, I was propelled into an iwi executive position. And with all these rangatira, the 6, 7 years they shared in shaping me. And so when I looked at the legislation, I thought, well, I wonder what they would think. I wonder what their views were. My father was somebody who, every election campaign, we would discuss matters, we would talk about stuff. He also was an executive member with our Tai Whenua and Ngāti Kahungunu iwi. So we had a lot of really good kōrero, and it's something that I really miss, not being able to share what's going on, because I think our law reforms have been really advantageous for Māori. And when I look at legislation and I look at the associated legislations and all the acts, there is alignment of elevation. And I really appreciated what I heard, Hoya, when I heard yourself and Caudry talk about why are things not being done. Because the legislation allows this governing board to make those changes. It allows this governing board to take leadership and to push those boundaries and to ask, why can we not push on this? So I just want to tautoko that previous conversation, because it kind of just flurried into me coming in talking around legislative framework. The other thing that I also had in my thing here was around the Māori participation. So talking about Māori participation is currently provided for in a range of ways, and whether it is necessary to extend this to dedicated Māori constituencies is a question for the Regional Council to determine. No, this is an assumptive sentence. It's not necessary. It should have never been allowed in the public information booklet. It's misleading. It is unprofessional. And how does it reflect a good treaty partnership? It doesn't. It made me feel terrible. It made me feel like, what am I reading? I should be reading something that's going to elevate me to make sure that this piece of legislation is actually respected. And also, too, is when we come back to subpart 1 of the Local Government Act, section 10(1)A, I think might be B, it talks about the purpose of local authorities, and its purpose is determining democracy and to promote and to support, whether that be social, economic, environmental or cultural well-being for all its communities. And so there's another breach in my submission. The other thing I had a look at too was, you know, the current engagements with Māori. So currently there are 2 Hawke's Bay Regional Councillors of Māori descent. There is no guarantee, however, under the current arrangements that Māori will have the same level of representation in the future. I found that misleading, and I also found it perceived as quite threatening for me. It's ambiguous, so I'm thinking, oh, hang on, which side of the fence are they talking about? Because I'm confused. I just want to make acknowledgement to everybody that spoke yesterday, and I definitely 1,000% support everyone that supported the submission. But I also want to acknowledge those that submitted yesterday that were opposing to the submission, because they were courageous to come here, and I've heard that word being used before. And what I don't agree with everything that they had to say, but there are things within there that I actually supported them on, because they were talking about their democratic rights. That comes under subpart 1, section 10. Their democratic rights they felt were being breached. I felt exactly the same way as they did. I didn't think I would actually agree with people who were opposing. But there are breaches within the Act itself. So how do the roles of our governors here put something in place so that all people within all communities are feeling satisfactory or feeling listened to? So one commonality is we both found breaches. The Hawke's Bay Māori population, this was really, really mamai for me, because within the documentation, you use a small percentage of our statistic and you highlight it in big, fat, ugly, bold fonts. And for me, that's really concerning, because we have a Māori population in our northern Hawke's Bay region that is 60+% Māori population. Where are that statistics to show in here? There again, breach under Section 10 of Subpart 1 of the LGA 2002. And what it does is it doesn't elevate, it minimises. And there are many positive things that could have been promoted to engage Māori whānau, and they weren't. They were oversighted. I just want to quickly talk about the Hawke's Bay Regional Council website. Accessing the website. This is a unique situation. It's 1 in a million. So as treaty partners, I expected that, okay, well, look, hey, look, I'm going to go on the website. I'll go in there. Oh, okay, well, where is it? Okay, I'm in there. And then I'm like, where is it? So then I have to find it again. Okay, it took me however long, but that is not the point. The point comes back to your Section 10 and how you promote. And I felt that that again was minimising. And so I don't, you know what, I really hate and I don't like that word hate, but right now all I could remember was just seeing the submission for the food hub. It took precedent over all the Māori constituencies every time I tried to access. And so I didn't want to see the food hub. I got really anti-food hub in the end. So... No, I didn't, because I was trying to find the Māori constituencies. Another thing too, when we're talking about constitutional responsibilities, I've been placed down here to come in by Zoom. I never ever stated that I would be Zooming. I was always going to be in person. So this is another administration operational that I just wanted to address there. Public consultation hui. So
we're well over our 10 minutes.
Oh, I wish you had ding my bell at 9.
Because
I was waiting for a bell.
Leanne refused to.
I've been listening to the bell online. So
Ring the bell.
Ring the bell. One more minute.
One more minute.
Give you another minute, yeah.
Okay, I just wanted to address that. I also just wanted to talk about the community boards, because there's been a lot of conversation around community boards. What I just want to say is that when we're looking at definitions, having a look at the definitions, advisory is an adjective. It's an adjective, and so it's, yeah, oh, hang on, I just want to carry on. I'll come back to that one. The performance or functions under other enactments, sections 10s, apply to a local authority performing a function under another enactment to the extent that the application of those provisions is not consistent with the other enactment. I'm referring to the amendment and how the promotion between the council and the council's roles, the governance roles, and how they are to perform based upon legislative changes. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you.
Because I could go on.
Generally, you support the creation of Maori wards.
Absolutely.
Thank you. We don't have time for questions, councillors, unless you have got one urgent one. You do? Little hand going up here.
One. I just want to mahi to you, that was a fantastic submission. Thank you. And my question is, do you feel that it's your constitutional right, because you talked about constitutional rights, to be able to vote this way, or for a Māori candidate in a Māori constituency?
Obviously, I am 1,000% for the Māori ward constituency to be established. However, like others, is too sufficient. I would be looking at law reform, because I think it is constitutionally against our rights, and even through the treaty, that we as Māori are disadvantaged if we were on a general roll. That is unfair, and that is inequity. At the present moment, we get to vote in local elections for regional councillors. So every Māori has the opportunity to vote for a regional council representative. Why change the will? Why create a new will when that same process can still be used? Why does only Māori on a Māori role get to vote for a Māori seat? It's constitutionally wrong. That's not right. That's a breach. And like Caudry and Hoya were saying, it was like you need to push the boundaries. That is not right. It's just not right. So law reform is my solution.
But if we don't have that choice right now before the 21st of May, which we're shackled to.
Hey, look, you know, what I'm thinking is anything is okay if it gets over the mark and it allows us to have Māori seats. You know, that first stage is the biggest hurdle. How we get through the second stage is not as intense as what I feel getting through this phase is. And so I think it's not right. I think it's unjust, that segregation of who can vote. Yeah.
We actually have one other person, so you can just for a second, one other person to come, and it's they are at 2:50 and that's 2:47 now. So we do have a time for one other question, because otherwise we're just going to be sitting here waiting anyway.
Okay.
So if there's another question from councillors?
Yeah.
Jared.
It's actually really good. You're the first one who actually, although the previous submitters also, we stumbled almost on it. Because I don't agree with Māori Ward the way it's constructed. And law reform, I think, is required.
Mm.
So if something would be around this sort of idea that if 20% of the population is Māori, and we would set that 27% aside for Māori representation, that anyone could vote for them, Māori or, because if I see somebody capable, say for instance Heniwai is really capable, and she's on the, she's actually in that 27% of representation put up to stand, myself as an orchardist would think that she has really got the quality to represent what I stand for, that I should be able to vote for her. Is that the kind of law reform that you're thinking about?
No, I respectfully, because I understand, because I've heard a lot about skill base and representation of people that get to sit here and represent everybody. So aroha mai, because I do think one part that you do have a constitutional right to vote for the best person that you feel is right.
Yeah.
And in this instance, you know, we have to be respectful of that cultural path and that cultural journey. I'm still learning about it. As I mentioned, it took me 20 years to even know what Treaty of Waitangi was, and it still took me another 20 years to find out exactly what it is. I think having an opportunity to have a advocate and representative from your region really has to be placed within that within, I don't want to say group, but within Māori itself. And yeah, like everybody else, because I think it's a decision. It's not going to be a clear-cut decision, because we as Māori, north, south, east and west, we all have our own views and we all have our own tikanga and our own kawa. So what might serve us best in Te Wairoa may not be as favourable as in Heretaunga. And that's in representation, but in terms of voting, I think every Māori has a right to vote for a Māori on this legislation. Voting.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Leona.
Thank you, Rex.
Yeah, you're really lucky you got a little bit of
Extra
extra.
couple of minutes.
More than a couple.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Came a long way.
So, councillors, our last submitter hasn't turned up as well. So that is the end of our meeting. Before we formally close it, I want to just thank all our staff who have turned up and helped put this day together. It's been fantastic. I want to thank our interpreter, Ama. Thank you very much. You did a great job when you were called upon, so that was wonderful, but you've had to sit through the whole lot, and I hope you learn something about them and learn something about us, I guess, as well. So thank you very much for sitting out the 2 days. Thanks to all our submitters, done a fantastic job. It's been a long journey, the 2 days, but it's gone really fast because of the enthusiasm and the talent which has come from many of our submitters, and especially thanks to you councillors who've sat it out for the last 2 days. I really respect that, and you've done a great job listening, and that's what we were here to do. So thank you all very much. So we need to close our meeting.
One thing, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Thank you for chairing. Very well chaired.
Oh, thank you very much. Anyway, we might have to call on you to close our meeting.
Future Māori councillor. Well, tēnei te mihi kia koutou. Please join in. Kia tau, kia tātou katoa, te ata whai o tō tātou ariki a ihu karaiti, me te aroha o te atua, me te whiwhi ngā tahitanga ki te wairua tapu, ake, āmene.
So have a safe journey home, everyone. And Neil, I won't be seeing you tomorrow because Craig's on.